Welcome.
Trustee Sparks? Here. Trustee Williams?
Here.
Trustee Barkey?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Gomez? Present.
Anybody want to do a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye? Yes? Oh, okay. All right.
I'll make a motion to adopt the minutes from March 2nd.
Any discussion?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So, now let's see. Okay. Okay. So we will now take a recess to go into closed session for the public hearing. We are now back in open session. Welcome. Spencer?
Good afternoon, President Barkey, members of the board, Associate Superintendent Renee Hendrick, and Deputy Superintendent Nina Boyd. My name is Spencer Gooch, Manager of Student Services. The purpose of this hearing is to review the expulsion of Benjamin Cruz from the Fullerton Joint Union High School District in accordance with the Education Code commencing with Section 48919. The date is April 6, 2022, and the time is approximately 3:06 p.m. This hearing is open to the public. The expulsion appeal application, the transcript of the district's expulsion hearing, background of the case, and other relevant documents were sent to each of you as well as to the parents and to the school district. The Orange County Board of Education has reviewed the packets of materials that both parties have submitted. The circumstances of the expulsion are as follows. Benjamin Cruz was a 10th grade student attending Troy High School in the Fullerton Joint Union High School District and was charged with the violation of Ed Code 48900B, possessed, sold, or otherwise furnished any firearm, knife, explosive, or other dangerous object. During the Fullerton Joint Union High School District's board meeting held on February 8, 2022, the Fullerton Joint Union High School District Board of Trustees took action and upheld the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel to expel Benjamin Cruz for the incident that took place on November 10, 2021. The district's Board of Trustees voted to expel Benjamin Cruz from the Fullerton Joint Union High School District through June 2, 2022. To all participants and presenters during the hearing, I remind you that any students discussed are to be referred to as Student 1, Witness A, Student 2, etc., rather than by their names for the safety and security, as this is a confidential matter. At this time, I would like to introduce the participants of the hearing. Representing Benjamin Cruz are Benjamin Cruz, father, Benjamin Cruz, student, Aaron Cruz, the grandfather of the student, Javian Gutierrez, attorney, Keith Altman, attorney. Representing the Fullerton Joint Union High School District are Alan Witten, Director of Student Support Services, Jillian Davis, Assistant Principal, Troy High School, Alexa Elkabara, Student Resource Officer at Troy High School. Also in attendance are Jeff Riel, General Counsel for the Orange County Department of Education, Gregory Rowland, Legal Counsel for the Orange County Board of Education, Daru Sisavath, Executive Secretary for the Board, Dr. Jamie Parsons, Director, Learning Supports Unit, Terrence J. Dunn, Coordinator, Student Services, Imelda Cavazos, Program Supervisor, Learning Supports Unit, Lorena Rodriguez, Administrative Assistant, Learning Supports Unit, and staff from our media department who will be facilitating the virtual platform and recording today's hearing. Per California Education Code 48922, the review of the appeal by the county board is limited to the following. Whether the governing board acted without or in excess of its jurisdiction, whether there was a fair hearing before the governing board, whether there was prejudicial abuse of discretion at the hearing, or whether there was relevant and material evidence which in the exercise of reasonable diligence could not have been produced or which was improperly excluded at the hearing before the governing board. The county board has thoroughly reviewed the packet of documentation that the parent and district submitted regarding the expulsion. Each party will be allotted up to 5 minutes to clarify their position for the board. Then each party will be allotted an additional 2 minutes for their closing remarks. The time will be monitored by a light timer by Ms. Sisavath. Green light means you may begin speaking, yellow light means you have 1 minute remaining, and a red light means you should finish your sentence as your time for speaking has ended. Once both parties have completed their closing statements, the board may then ask questions directly to either party. This hearing is being recorded. Therefore, I request that when you address the board, you identify yourself by name. Thank you very much, and at this time we will begin the formal hearing. Cruz family, you may now address the board for 5 minutes.
Before we begin, this is Mr. Altman. I'm severely visually disabled, and could I ask that somebody would call out when there's 1 minute remaining because I won't be able to see any lights?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you very much. And also, we're not facing the board, So I don't know if you could change the camera so we do face the board or change cameras. There we go. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for taking the time to hear Benji Cruz's appeal tonight. I know that you've read the packets, and I just want to make a few key points that I think are important and emphasize them, and then, of course, give you an opportunity to ask questions. One of the things that's very important about Benji to consider here is Benji is not the same as all other students. Benji has some severe social and emotional functioning issues, and he has an IEP for this, which is obviously important in seeing that Benji get his proper education. Unfortunately, here, Benji has not received the education that he deserves or is entitled to, and we believe that that has had a significant impact on the events that we are here today on. Benji's social skills, he functions at a much lower level than one would expect given his age, and he does require significant support from the school, which he has yet to receive. And once again, I think this is an important factor. Now, in looking at the situation itself, one of the things that, one of the questions is this is all about a knife. And the question is, did Benji have a knife? The police said there was insufficient evidence to say that Benji had a knife. I think that that's important. The police are professional law enforcement officers. They investigated the situation. They concluded that there was no knife. Despite that finding from the police, the panel who adjudicated the matter obviously didn't really consider what had gone on. Now, the knife incident itself, the only person who says that Benji had a knife and saw a knife is the other student who claims that she gave him the knife. Not one individual of authority, no officer of the school, no one saw Benji with a knife. Supposedly, Benji had the knife and threw the knife when he ran away, yet nobody found the knife that Benji supposedly threw away. The reality of the situation is Benji never had the knife, never touched the knife, had nothing to do with the knife, to the extent that one even existed. And there's no evidence that refutes that. Now, interestingly, there's video, except the family has never been given the opportunity to see the video. Now, the school claimed the video doesn't really speak to the matter of whether Benji had the knife or not. What they seem to have not realized is it could be exculpatory to show that Benji didn't have the knife. Yet that information was never presented to the parents, never given an opportunity to any of his advisors. That video has never been seen. And one must ask, why is that so? I think that's extremely important. If you could bear with me 1 second here, I'm sorry. My visual impairment. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now, in terms of the hearing itself, Mr. Cruz, Benji's father, was not given a reasonable opportunity to speak to the hearing. While, yes, it is true that he was able to say words, he was not allowed to effectively question the evidence that supposedly existed of Benji's involvement. He was shut down. He was told to rush along and was never given a fair opportunity to mount a significant defense of Benji.
Mr. Altman, you have
Now,
1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as I said, as far as the video goes, one should ask why was the family refused to see the video? Now, I implore you, please listen to the audio of the hearing, and you will see how Mr. Cruz was not really given a fair hearing and a fair opportunity to test the evidence to see what happened there. Now, I want to conclude with the following concept. First of all, the school never provided any evidence as to why expulsion was the only possible solution here. Sanctions are supposed to be the least serious that hold accountable and also deter future conduct. And one should ask, why was expulsion the only solution here?
Mr. Altman, you're out of time.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will now hear the presentation for the Fullerton Joint Union High School District representatives. You may address the board for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yes.
My name is Alan Whitten, Director of Student Support Services at Fullerton Joint Union High School District. Before I begin my comments, I'd like to address 3 of the comments that were just made. There's a very big difference between not pressing charges for the Fullerton Police Department and determining that there was not enough. And that is the case here. They did not pursue pressing charges because the school is handling school discipline. We work in great partnership in that regard. There was no relevant video. We would have used it and we would have shared it if there were relevant videos available. Sorry. Maybe it's turned up probably because it wasn't turned on. Thank you. Hopefully I can get that 10 seconds back. There was no relevant, the video quality of the video cameras that we do have on any of our campuses is very low. It is extremely rare that it does help us in an investigation, but the cameras are present. There were no relevant videos for this situation. And as far as the audio, initial expulsion hearing, if you do listen to that audio, which I'm sure you did because you have it, you will hear that the panel bent over backwards to be patient and kind and informative and answer every question in multiple formats as they were presented by the Cruz family. And I'd like to start over if I can. Thank you, Board President Barkey, members of the board. As you are aware, on Friday, December 3rd, the Fullerton Joint Union High School District Administrative Hearing Panel conducted an expulsion hearing for Benjamin Cruz, 10th grade student, Troy High School, for violation of California Ed Code 48900, possessed, sold, or otherwise furnished a knife. The recommendation for expulsion was due to the fact that on November 12th, Benjamin was suspended for a second time from Troy High School. This time, the second time, was for possession of a knife. The first suspension, which took place on August 31st, just 2 months prior to the knife incident, was for a particularly violent, racially charged fight that was investigated by Fullerton Police Department and Troy High School. The relevance of this fight is significant in that it demonstrates that Benjamin and his father, unfortunately, have not established a track record of taking responsibility for Benjamin's behavior and decision-making. I think it's also significant to note that in that fight that was particularly violent and racially charged, the parent of the student who Benjamin fought with had extensive communication with the school and police following the fight and ultimately removed her son from the school due to concerns about his safety. She noted in an email to Fullerton Police and Troy administration on September 2nd that her son had shared with her that Benjamin had called him several racially inappropriate names, including dirty N-word, some others, and repeatedly called him the N-word. Moving to the second disciplinary action, the offense that ultimately led to Benjamin's expulsion, the investigation did establish that Benjamin was in possession of a knife at Troy High School on November 10th. The campus security guard witnessed the exchange of the knife from a female student to Benjamin. This exchange occurred after the female student had executed a planned confrontation of another student. Thankfully, she did not use the knife during that confrontation. Because the campus security guard was responding to this situation, she was in proximity to the female student and Benjamin when he received the knife back from the female student. In the female student's statement, she noted, and I quote, "So I walked to the baseball field and Benjamin was there with my things. And so he gave me my things and reached into my pocket and got the knife. The teacher saw him and asked him what it was. He ran off." The campus security noted that she witnessed the exchange of the knife to Benjamin and that Benjamin ran when she asked for it. It was further noted by Troy administration that the same campus security officer returned to the area where Benjamin ran to discard the knife, found the knife, and that it matched the item she had originally witnessed him with. The administrative hearing panel concluded that there is substantial evidence in the record relevant to the charges stated at the expulsion hearing to support the recommendation for expulsion, as Benjamin's actions of being in possession of a knife created a danger to himself and others. Further, they recommended that the expulsion be suspended, and it was. And Benjamin was admitted to the Cruz family school of choice within the district. They chose Sunny Hills High School, and we are happy to share that we hear he is doing well. He has strong attendance, all A's and B's. He's on the cross-country team. Congratulations, Benjamin. Last, we ask that you uphold the expulsion and support the safety of our schools, the work of the expulsion panel, the Fullerton Police, and our dedicated and caring administrators and staff, all of whom fulfill their roles with a dedication to serving our students and community at the highest level while providing a safe, positive, and supportive environment. Thank you.
Cruz family, you have an additional 2 minutes for closing statements.
I must say that I'm absolutely shocked that the school just raised that first incident as the basis for the expulsion. If that is so, then the expulsion should be immediately rescinded. As the school is well aware that the video of that first incident showed that Benji was the victim, not the aggressor. And the school knows this. And to have stood before this panel and to have said that that's why he was expelled because it was a second incident is nothing short of outrageous. And during the questioning period, I invite the panel to question the school on this matter. I am just simply astonished and astounded that they would stand here, particularly in light of discussions we had about them vacating that finding based on the video evidence. Nevertheless, the school is taking what I consider to be the bottom-up approach, which is there appears to be a violation, and therefore we must punish. And what they should have done here, particularly in light of the fact that Benji has an IEP, and there was never an MDR meeting as is required by law.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Altman.
Thank you very much. The school should have taken the top-down approach, which is we have this student here, Benji. Benji appears to have had a problem. Why did it happen? What happened? What can we do here to support Benji so that it doesn't happen again? Instead, the school just simply threw him away. And that's not what's supposed to happen here. The school is supposed to be supportive of Benji and not make it this binary, there appears to be a violation and must punish. There is no evidence other than the statement of the other student who actually possessed the knife that Benji had a knife or even touched the knife. No other responsible adult saw this. This is nothing short of outrageous, and the panel should vote to revoke the expulsion. There really shouldn't be any accountability here because there's no evidence that Benji did anything wrong other than be scared of a situation and run away when he saw a security guard approaching.
That's the time,
That's
Mr.
all that
Altman.
he did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
That concludes the presentation for the student. Fullerton Joint Union High School District representatives, you may have an additional 2 minutes for your closing statements.
Thank you. Alan Witten, Fullerton Joint Union High School District, Director of Ed Services. As I'm sure the board is aware, brandishing a knife on campus requires us to pursue an expulsion. That's why it was brought forth for an expulsion. The facts of the knife incident stand on their own. I do not want to misrepresent what I'm trying to communicate. That is an expellable offense, and Benjamin was expelled based on that incident and that incident alone. I only bring up the previous incident because along the way, one of the things that was challenging for us as a school district was we like to be able to sit down. The point of discipline is to change behavior. We appreciate when we can partner with a parent and a student, and we can see that there's a conversation that takes place that where students can identify, these are some different choices I could have made along the way. That's where we can build plans for moving forward, plans for success. In the previous incident and throughout this incident, there was not an opportunity for that. The focus was solely on superfluous things such as some of the things the legal counsel has brought up, not the fact that a student brought a knife to school. We're trying to keep our schools safe. The danger that that young lady was in because she simply had it on her, thankfully she didn't use it. We need to have some recognition that these are some bad choices. There's lots of off-ramps in any situation, and that's where we have these conversations. In this situation, unfortunately, there was no opportunity for an off-ramp. It was just kind of, okay, if that's how you feel, then we'll see you here, I guess. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation for the district. The Board of Education will now ask questions of both parties. Afterward, the board may deliberate in closed session and make a decision. The board will then announce its decision and the hearing will be concluded. Pursuant to California Education Code 48923, the county board's decision shall be one of the following. Where the county board finds that relevant and material evidence exists, which in the exercise of reasonable diligence could not have been produced, or which was improperly excluded at the hearing before the governing board, the county board may remand the matter to the local governing board for reconsideration or grant a hearing de novo. Where the county board determines that the governing board's decision is not supported by findings required to be made by Education Code 48915, but evidence supporting such findings exists in the record of the proceedings, the county board shall remand the matter to the local governing board for adoption and inclusion of the required findings. In all other cases, the county board shall either affirm or reverse the decision of the local governing board. In accordance with California Education Code 48923, if the county board reverses a governing board's decision, the county board may direct the governing board to expunge all references to the expulsion action from the district's and the student's records, and the expulsion shall be deemed not to have occurred. The decision in the final step in the appeal process. President Barkey, you are now in charge of the hearing.
Thank you, Spencer. I've had a request to go into closed session before we ask questions, so we're going to take a brief recess into closed session with our attorney, and we'll be back.
Great.
I will now start on my right for any questions.
Thank you. This is to the district. The possession of the knife, okay? What is your statement about the student possessing the knife? There's some different statements from students and the officer, so I'd just like a little bit of clarification as to why you think that the student had the knife.
Sure. Alan Witten, Fullerton Joint Union High School District. If it's okay, because our SRO is closely involved in that investigation, would it be okay to have her share that information? Would you like to hear it from me?
That's fine.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I'm already pretty loud. This might be a little too much.
Just as a point of
gonna put it
clarification,
right over
for the
here.
purposes of this hearing, this is not new evidence. This is argument or clarification in response to the board member's question.
Sure, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Officer Alex Alcabara. I'm with the Fullerton Police Department. I am assigned to Troy High School and was at the time of this incident. I'm limited on what I can say about the investigation because it does pertain to other juveniles, and out of respect for them, I don't want to release the names of those students or their statements directly. But I can say there was 2 witnesses, one being an adult, one being a student, that did see student 1 with the knife. I have that knife. That knife is booked into evidence. And there was no question really on whether or not the knife existed. That was not a part of the question. For me, it's a little different because law enforcement, we have to worry about what's called evidence continuity. So if I did not witness the person with the knife all the way through, it's hard for me to go ahead and press charges. The statements are conflicting as far as the student statements, so I chose to let it be handled administratively on this situation because the knife was seen in possession with student by one of the supervisors, campus supervisors.
When you're referencing the student, you're talking about the student that is present here today?
Student 1, yes, that's
Okay.
present.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it over.
Could I just add to recap that?
Oh, sure, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Again, Alan Witten, FJUHSD. Just to recap, we had 2 witnesses to the situation. One was the student that exchanged the knife with Benjamin, and one was the campus supervisor who was there and saw the knife, then saw him retreat when she asked for it, watched where he went, then recovered it from that exact location later, and identified it as the same item she had just seen exchanged between the female student and Benjamin.
Okay, when you're saying she, you're talking about the
campus
staff
supervisor.
member?
Yeah, the staff member.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the campus staff member asked where the knife was?
Yeah, our
or
campus
what the
security.
object was?
Campus security is what we call her, campus
Okay.
staff member. She saw the exchange. She asked Benjamin for it. She said it was clearly a gold and silver metal object. When she asked him for it, he ran away. She watched where he went and then took the students, returned to that exact location, and found the exact item she had just minutes later seen those 2 students exchange.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Does Mr. Cruz have the opportunity to respond as well to that same question?
Sure.
Okay, just to point something out, the adult in question never saw the exact item. She said she saw something yellow be exchanged. That's number 1. Number 2, she saw him run away. According to what was just said, she saw him run away, didn't see him throw anything, anywhere, and just says, I happened to find an item that may have been what I thought, may have been the yellow item that was exchanged. She didn't see the actual knife being exchanged. She just postulated that because it was something yellow, it must have been a knife. I mean, that certainly doesn't, it's not even like she says, I saw Benji throw something, and then I went to that spot and found the knife there. So I don't see how that possibly passes muster here as stating that she saw him with the knife. And frankly, the testimony of the other student should be viewed as spuriously because she did bring the knife to school. I don't think there's any question about that. She's trying to mitigate or manage her own trouble. Thank you.
Go ahead. I'll come back if I need to.
Okay. Well, I hope Mr. Rowland will stop me if I'm asking an inappropriate question. I'm just trying to think about the best, way to move forward with this very unfortunate situation. And I wanted to clarify, perhaps, Counselor, it sounded like, this young man is doing quite well at Sunny Hills. So what are you hoping exactly for our board to decide? If would it be in the best interest here to have this student continue at Sunny Hills where he seems to be thriving, or are you trying to put him back at Troy, or what is the outcome you're seeking exactly?
It appears that he is doing well and that he should stay where he is. I don't think the issue is about where he is being educated. That seems to be working extremely well. But the concern is obviously having an expulsion on his record or a suspension can seriously jeopardize his ability to progress to college, which is the hopes. And so I guess what we're seeking here is maybe the most simplistic, situation. The school kind of got what it wants, which is Benji's no longer a student there. I suppose that if the findings were to be, basically vacated or purged, or if we were to come up with an agreement that there is certainly sufficient questions of the procedures, that if Benji behaves himself and doesn't get into trouble between now and the time he's applying to college, that the school would purge any notation of the incident off of his record so that he has a fair chance at college. Because I'm sure the board is aware, having an expulsion on his record, will severely limit his ability to go to a premium college and kind of deflates his desire to work hard. So that would be, I think that would be the goal at this point. The end result is fine. He's doing well there.
Okay. That'll be my only question. Thank you.
To our council. The question is, having done this a few years, a couple decades, to my understanding, whatever happens in a disciplinary way in the record stays in the record. And just like things that happen in Las Vegas stay in Las Vegas, there's nothing that's going to leave this record. It stays permanent, and no college or post high school, college or university is going to know about whatever happens in high school. Could you help us clarify
That's
that?
correct. The colleges they don't request disciplinary records and don't consider them.
Okay.
We have a dean right next to us, and she could probably confirm that.
Correct.
Okay.
May I comment on that briefly?
No.
Because I think there's a very serious misconception about that. That's material.
Council, I'm fine with the response from our council. To the Officer Alcabara.
Yes, sir, you're welcome to call me Alexa.
Well, thank you for your service and for your colleague who is here. Thank you for your service. In the investigation of this, you're a school resource officer. There's a great amount of responsibility and experience that you have. And sometimes it's not apparent on a written record what actually happened. And in your experience as a school resource officer, was the possession of the knife by Mr. Cruz something that you thought occurred?
Yes. So I am only able to.
You better get the mic because the people online won't hear you.
Yes, so based on witness statements and the totality of the circumstances, yes, I do believe that he had the knife. However, from my standpoint, from a court side of things, a law enforcement side of things, I didn't go through with pressing through charges on this because of the evidence continuity. And that also just refers to, because there was a lapse from when the knife was set down to when it was picked up, that's why I kind of backed off of it and allowed school to handle it their own way. But yes, if you're asking my opinion on what happened, based on everything that I have, the totality of the circumstances, I do believe that there's a strong possibility that he did have the knife.
So if you can help explain, if the circumstances were different where you did a pat down and a search, given consent to do such, and you found the knife on Mr. Cruz, it would be different circumstances and you would press charges?
It varies, and I use my discretion, and it's a nice thing that I have that. Discretion it's a nice way for me to fluctuate my decision. Not necessarily every time that someone does have a knife on them do I press charges. Depends on whether I feel that they've learned from the situation, if this was a first-time situation, I use my discretion. So it does not handle the same way every single time.
Okay, thank you, Alexa. And to Mr. Witten, so the event was this knife event. You did your investigation. It went through an administrative review, went to the board, and the board found that there was possession of knives by Mr. Cruz. And then the board made the decision to suspend him, but then revoked that suspension?
Yeah, so the expulsion, the disciplinary infraction went to a school board appointed hearing panel who hears the facts of the expulsion. And that's what legal counsel and Mr. Cruz are referring to, that opportunity where he didn't feel heard. I was there, and it was a long meeting, and it was very thorough. Everyone was heard from in that case. That independent panel, it's an independent panel per ed code that was assigned to this. They did recommend expulsion, and the exact words they used to do so were, the hearing panel concluded that there is substantial evidence in the record relevant to the charges stated at the expulsion hearing to support the recommendation for expulsion, as Benjamin's actions of being in possession of a knife created a danger to himself and others. They made that recommendation to expel the student. It was upheld by the school board once they heard the facts of the case as well. And the Cruz team was there at that school board meeting as well, so they heard both sides at that
Mr.
point.
Cruz, you were raised your hand. I want to acknowledge you and give you the opportunity to respond.
I would just like to.
Could you pull the microphone closer to you?
Okay, I would just like to speak to the way they conducted their investigation as to, Ms. Alcabara, you came to my house and saw the video of what they said was an egregious assault.
Mr. Cruz, if I can interrupt you, the conversation should be with the board and not to the other party here.
Agreed. Okay.
This is a part of the meeting where it's between the board discussion and asking questions. We're not here to retry
Understood.
what happened. So
Understood.
I just want to give you an opportunity to.
So Ms. Alcabara spoke to a fight that took place, as well as, I forget the gentleman's name.
Mr. Whitten.
Mr. Whitten. She saw the evidence, the video evidence. And the way that investigation was held was exactly the way Mr. Whitten described it, was that my son assaulted another student, called him several slurs, and it never happened. Ms. Alcabara came to my house and witnessed the video for herself, and if you wish to ask her what the video, and as well as I have it here on my phone ready to cue for your observation, it just speaks to the way that they handled their investigation. Their lies. Their lies. They went off of lies. Lies from the students, lies from the faculty member. There was a Mr. G involved, and the explanation that I was given was that sometimes they lie to the students in order to get the truth out. This is the way their investigations have been conducted, and this is the way this second investigation, to my belief, has been conducted due to what I've presented here in this packet. There's no solid evidence. It's all based off of hearsay. What another student said, what a faculty member from the same school, from the same faculty that held an investigation for my son the first initial time that he was an egregious assault. And if you would like to speak to Ms. Alcabara as to those facts of that incident, my son was the one being called racial slurs by the student. My son was the one that was cold-cocked while his back was turned. And in the video, you can clearly see where the backpacks that they returned to lie. The other student had to go across the parking lot in order to assault my son. My son defended himself. But that's not the way it was presented, not to myself and not to anybody else. And the way that it's presented here was that my son was the assaulter, that he did assault another student, which was never the case. Just like this is not the case where my son held a knife. But all we have to go on is hearsay evidence from another student and a faculty from the same school, which they say sometimes we have to lie in order to get the truth.
I would just like to add one thing, is the board should ask the school, did anybody other than the other student see Benji with the knife, actually see him with the knife? Because the testimony is not that. The security guard says she saw something yellow. She did not see the knife. And that should just not be ignored here. And I'm sorry, I must add something. Benji could be asked on a college application, have you ever been found responsible for a disciplinary violation in school? And whether it's on his record or it's not on his record, he would have to answer yes. And they will then ask him to disclose his records as a condition of being admitted. So the suggestion that this is a no harm, no foul, he's already in a good school, is 100% incorrect.
Okay, you have a few questions. First of all, to the student, I noticed your GPA is actually pretty good, given everything you've been through. So no matter the outcome today, I think you're gonna be fine, okay? And just keep up the good work and just keep up the good behavior, right? No matter what happens today. And it'll be a learning lesson either way. For counsel, at the university level, when we have cases like this, it's preponderance of the evidence or reasonable doubt. I mean, we're not really judge and jury here. We're not lawyers.
This is substantial evidence. We're just making a determination whether there was an abuse of discretion, whether there was a denial of a fair hearing, or whether there's, and substantial evidence is described as enough evidence that a reasonable person can make the determination that the fact occurred.
Okay, so, and I appreciate the story of the other incident and so forth, but what we're allowed to sort of decide on today is, was there a knife or was there not a knife? And we can't decide on the other student situation who may have brought the knife or whatever happened there, because that's not in front of us right now. What's in front of us is, did said student in front of us have the knife or not? I see a knife in my packet, so a knife appeared,
The actual question is whether this student had the knife or even held the
Right.
knife.
Right, exactly.
That's what the question is.
Exactly.
There's no absolute evidence that shows other than hearsay.
Right. So that's what you're saying. And so what I'm trying to understand, and I want to know from the district, did you see the actual knife? Did the witness see the actual knife or just something yellow?
Are you asking?
I'll respond to that.
Yeah.
What are the exact words?
The exact words of the female student who was involved was,
The student. What about the supervisor or
the campus security noted she witnessed the exchange of the knife to Benjamin, and that Benjamin ran when she asked for it.
exchange of the knife? So she saw a knife
She saw an exchange of an object.
of an object. Well, that's different. That's why I wanted to know the specific language.
Okay.
That's very important. It's
She
a
could
very
read the
important
statement.
distinction.
But what the hearing panel, a 3-person independent hearing panel, and a 5-person
But
school
I asked about
board,
the supervisor, the exact words of that supervisor. And
Okay.
you said she did not say she saw a knife.
the supervisor saw the exchange of a gold and silver object, that when she asked the
Okay.
student for it, he ran from her.
Is that what the word said? Because
Then
before
he-
you said
then she-
yellow object.
Then she went to that exact location and found that item, and then identified it as the original item she had seen. And
Okay, I'm
I'll
trying to
let
get
Ms.
at the exact
Alcabara-
words, because I
Sure.
heard gold object before,
Okay.
then I heard yellow, then I heard yellow and silver,
Here you
then
go.
I
She'll
heard
read
something
the
that looks like a
statement.
knife. I want to know the exact words.
Do you mind if I just read the statement, because I
Please.
actually have her exact statement right
Please.
here instead of kind of going back and forth with it. Okay, so I'm gonna call her campus supervisor.
Okay.
Okay. I spoke to campus supervisor and she informed me of the following information. Campus supervisor told me she was supervising students on campus at approximately 09:19 hours near the west parking lot of Troy High School. Supervisor told me she overheard a student, student 1, ask a female student, student 2, for his pen. Supervisor told me she believed student 1 was asking for a vape pen, so she looked over to see what they were doing. Supervisor told me she saw student 2 take a gold object out of her front jacket pocket and hand it to student 1, who then placed the object in his front sweatshirt pocket. Supervisor told me she asked student 1 to give her the object and that he ran to the baseball field on the west side of campus away from her. Supervisor said she saw student 1 stashing something near the bleachers and saw that it was the same gold-colored object he was holding originally. Supervisor told me she went over to the bleachers and recovered a 4-inch gold locking blade pocket knife. Supervisor told me that student 1 returned to her and apologized for running and said he just wanted his pencil. Supervisor brought the pocket knife to the front office and informed Assistant Principal Davis of the incident. I was then provided the gold pocket knife, seized it, and then continued with my investigation.
That helps a lot. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
No
That's all I need to know.
I'd just like to point out to the board, in contradiction of that, the other student claims that Benji grabbed the object from her. So the board should note there's an incredible discrepancy there, which is consistent with, I don't think the other student was necessarily being truthful.
We're not listening to the other student. We were listening to the statement from the supervisor. That was what I was interested in.
I understand, but the statement from the supervisor talked about how the student said, that she saw an exchange, and you have to attest the credibility of the other student because she's the only person who actually said that Benji had the knife because he got it from her. He took it from her. That's the only person who has said that he actually had the knife in his possession. All the security guard says, I saw an object. She heard him asking for a pen. She has no idea what it is. And for her to say, if she knew, it doesn't make any sense that supposedly he stashed it in the bleachers, which I think is a little bit different. But the point is, how could she say, I saw an object exchange?
Thank you for your comments, sir. I had my question answered by the police officer. Thank you very much.
I know, but you started asking Mr. Cruz the question and then got diverted. You were asking Mr. Cruz the question, where are the defects?
I did not ask Mr. Cruz. I complimented the student on his grades, and I was pointed to the police officer, and I got my question answered. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. You can check the record, and you'll have to forgive me because I can't see who's talking because I'm essentially blind. But the point is, before we had
Sir,
this
you're out of
dialogue,
line. We're finished hearing from you. You're out of line. You're out of line. We're not asking you any questions. Please stop, sir.
I'd like to go back
I
to the
would ask that
district.
you review the record where you started saying to the council. You started off
the
that
district,
way and
please.
said
Thank
several
you.
sentences.
I just wanted to make the point that the other student obviously had just been engaged in a confrontation of another student while she was in possession of the knife. So it wouldn't have been the statement of he grabbed it out of my sweatshirt instead of I handed it to her obviously was an attempt to not have that culpability.
Unless there's any further questions from the board, the motions that can be made are either to affirm the decision of the local district, to reject the decision of the local district, and/or remand the finding to the local district for the consideration of new evidence that could not have been presented at the hearing. So unless there's any further questions, we should hear a motion.
I would like to say, as far as the hearing was concerned, there was several points where they tried to interject new information, and I was not given the 10 days to review said information as per my right, per ed code, per their procedures.
Unfortunately, that's not what we're looking
I
at
thought
today.
that's what we were looking at. Was
No, we're
whether
just
they
looking-
failed to give me a just and fair trial or hearing, which didn't happen.
I'll remand that back to our attorney.
There is Education Code Section 48918B. The notice that is required is the date and place of the hearing, a statement of specific facts and charges upon which the proposed expulsion is based, a copy of the disciplinary rules that relate to the alleged violation, and a notice to the parent or guardian of the obligation pursuant to 48915. So there is not a statutory requirement that all evidence be provided 10 days in advance. And I understand that the evidence that was provided in this particular case was the SRO's report, and it was given simultaneously to the district and to student one.
Which again it differs. At first they said that he dropped it in a field, now she's saying that he stashed it in the bleachers. And this again is hearsay from a second, third party. So.
Madam President, I would like to make the motion to uphold the suspension by the district. The expulsion, excuse me, by the district.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The district holds. Thank you.
So the decision has been to uphold the decision of the local governing board. This concludes the hearing for Benjamin Cruz and Fullerton Joint Unified High School District.
Yes. Okay. We're going back into closed session. I think this is the first time we've started at exactly 5 o'clock, so we're very proud of that. And we'd like to start with the invocation.
I'm familiar with this. Howdy. I was told I could make a couple comments first, and as you well know, just before I pray, we're in a society that really needs healing in a lot of different ways. And one of the groups that I represent is Ambassadors of Compassion, and they do a program of social and emotional program that equips youth with the critical skills necessary to navigate and succeed through life's inevitable challenges. We've done it in several schools in this area, as just recently in Warren High School, over 300 kids, and one of the top educators that was there said, I didn't think it would work because you had small groups and you're going to be going all those hours, 6 hours, and kids would leave and they wouldn't come back. Nobody left. The kids were very engaged, and I just want to share that with you. You can check it out, Ambassadors of Compassion. I'd like to maybe come back and share it another time. But when we meet people, we generally just say, how are you? And what's the answer? Fine. Or how are you? And we're not even paying attention. When I was coaching and teaching and walking the halls of the school, you know, people would say to me, how are you, coach? And I'd say, I'm dying of cancer. And they'd say, great, coach, have a good day. Now, maybe they really meant that, you know, they didn't care. But, it's just what I have started to change that to show that I'm interested and listening, and you can try it. And it's simple. When people say, how are you? I say, fine, now that I've met you. That kind of gets them off their rails a little bit, doesn't it? And they say, well, gosh, that's nice. And I say, well, no, it's all about the big two, right? And they say, what's that? Love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. And I say, are you my neighbor? And they, oh, I guess so. So it's just a different way to approach people and let them know you're really interested, okay? So I don't know how much of my time is gone, but I'm going to pray. So, Father God, I thank you for the services represented here. I thank you for the Board of Education. I thank you for the time they put in and the wisdom, knowledge, understanding, discernment that you give them, the people here that are here to share different things. Father, we need you to step in to each person's life and give us that wisdom. We need to learn what it is to now abide faith, hope, and love. The greatest of those is love, that we'd really understand how to really love one another. It starts with listening, it starts with being interested, and just asking questions so we can really get to know where people are. Lord, I ask that you would bless this meeting tonight. I ask that your spirit would just come in and give a spirit of joy in here. We don't have to be downtrodden. We don't have to be negative. We can be very positive even in the difficult things. And I thank you for what you're going to do now. In the wonderful name of Jesus, I ask. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite up Colin Felch with Vista. I believe you're the new Assistant Superintendent. Congratulations.
All right, if you're not already standing, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Nine, do we have any introductions?
We do not.
All right, we'll start with public comment.
Very good. So here's the instructions. You get 3 minutes each. 3 minutes. We would like you to wrap up what you are saying. We'll give you a few seconds grace there. There will be timekeeping by our good recording clerk, Ms. Daru, and you will see a green light. And then at about 60 seconds, it turns yellow, then it red. That's your full 3 minutes. We ask that you respect that. I'm going to call 2 people up to the podium, and so we'll have always somebody on deck. And our first person will be Mr. Darren Parker, and after Mr. Parker will be Mr. Christopher Ganier.
Hello, board. My name is Darren Parker. I'm a parent of 2 children at Irvine International Academy. And I'm also someone who cares very deeply about the survival and the prosperity of Irvine International Academy in the future. Now, last month I spoke here in front of this board for the first time. And since that month has passed, I've been contacted by many, many parents who share my opinions and share my interpretation of the facts. So tonight I'm speaking for many of them as well. Now, earlier this year, a small group of people began a concerted effort to dig up any dirt they could find at all on Irvine International Academy Executive Director Michael Scott. And I know that's a bold claim, right? Why would people do this? Why would they begin this concerted effort to destroy this man? And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why in their own words, in their own written, documented, verifiable words. It was very specifically, they didn't like Dr. Scott's shockingly cavalier attitude towards, you guessed it, COVID. That's why. They hated Dr. Scott because he wasn't masked up outdoors, because he wasn't militant in enforcing COVID protocols with children like my son who were having a hard time adjusting, and very specifically because he was lobbying to make sure that the parents at Irvine International Academy could have vaccination choice and religious exemptions. That's why they hated him. So that's what they did. They dug, and they honestly found little to nothing. They couldn't get any traction, so then they started using rumors and propaganda, innuendo. They specifically protested in front of our school when they knew prospective parents would be coming in to get a bigger impact. They did things that people that really care about our school and the survival of our school would never do. And I'm sorry to say it worked. Dr. Scott is gone. He's not coming back. And we're left with an interim executive director, Ed Watson. I don't know Ed, but I know he speaks Mandarin, and I think that's going to help him. But that's where we are. That's where we are today. Am I done?
That's your 3 minutes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
I wish I had 15 minutes.
After Mr. Ganier, Mr. Felipe Delgado, you are on deck, sir.
I am Christopher R. Ganier, candidate for Orange County Board of Education Trustee Area 2. Values. Adults get to pick their values. However, they can only pick what they are exposed to. And what are Orange County students exposed to? Well, the bulk of their values come from 2 locations, both of which are highly known for corruption: Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Sacramento takes half of the money from Orange County meant for schools, and it just disappears. And then they turn around and they send half of that money back, and then they try to tell us what to do with it. Washington, D.C., this year they budgeted over $250 billion for education. And most of it is wasted teaching their values: war, and then whatever the flavor of the day is, critical theory, diversity, inclusion, equity. I applaud this board for not bowing to blowing tons of money on critical theory. I appreciate this board pushing back on both of these powers. and I think this board can do more to resist. In the words of former President James Madison, refuse to cooperate with officers of the union. I know that around $17 million comes from the federal government to this board for budget. Well, we need to carefully examine the results. Is it absolutely necessary? Whom does it benefit? Does it benefit students or does it benefit non-students? What incentives does it create? Does it create an undue burden on staff, on facilities, families, or students? What are the compliance costs? What kind of record keeping and reporting is required? It is only by refusing to cooperate with officers of the union that we can instill the Orange County values on Orange County students, rather than Sacramento values or federal values. You can learn more about these ideas at lpoc.org. I'm candidate Christopher Arganier, and I ask for your vote.
Thank you.
After Mr. Delgado, Mr. Doug Usen will be on deck.
Howdy, everybody. My name is Felipe Delgado, and I'm a proud parent of 2 students who attend Irvine International Academy. You know, every morning my kids jump out of bed and they're eager to go to school. You know, and in the afternoon when I go to pick them up, I gotta drag them out of there kicking and screaming. They love that school. My son, he wants to be president of the United States someday. Earlier this year, he got a leadership award from the school, which is exactly the kind of education that I want to get from Irvine International Academy. My daughter, I don't know if you can hear this, she's playing the piano at home. She learned to play the piano at the Irvine International Academy from the pianos that Dr. Scott purchased for the school. We take every advantage that we can to learn from the school. Now, there we go. Now, I know starting a school must be a huge endeavor, okay? And no matter how well you plan, there's always things that come up that have to be addressed, you know, mistakes are made. The school, the board is working towards fixing those mistakes. Now, I'm sure all the board members here know that when you have a project that involves people, there's always a vocal minority who tries to represent the whole. They take advantage of these small mistakes and these issues that occur, and they twist it and they try to use it to their advantage. They use things like, they use terms like nepotism, conflict of interest, they quote the Brown Act, you know, they do everything to try to legitimate themselves as if they're trying to help the school. But in reality, that's not part of their agenda. My father taught me that jealousy, superstition, and insecurities are cancers of the mind. And you can always recognize people who have that illness by the negativity that they communicate. When you hear these people talk to you and the board, ask yourself a question. If the school is so bad as they say, why do they stay? Is it for some divine intervention that they're going to improve or take over the school from the founders and make it better? These people are like the coronavirus. They need a positive host to survive. They're not interested in building anything. You know, I'm looking forward to my journey on the IAA train, and my only disappointment is there is no high school to move on to from IIA Elementary. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After Mr. Usen is Javier Orduño.
Good evening, trustees, President Barkey, Superintendent Bejaras. I come for a brief update from our last gathering to inform you of a couple of transitions and to give you an update just on the overall health of the teachers and students as well. Following our last gathering, our board made the decision to give temporary leave to one of our board members, Dr. Edward Watson. He's a bit of a particular gem for us because his PhD studies are in dual immersion, particularly Mandarin and English. And so he agreed to step off the board temporarily and then take the interim director role for us. Dr. Scott still enthusiastically, as our founder, supports the school, and he's in transition now, will likely become our director of development, soliciting and receiving funds from those who are like-minded that want to support our school with private funds. So two major transitions. I would say this, we're on spring break this week, but last week and the week prior with Dr. Watson at the helm brought a lot of healing and a lot of harmony, if I could say that. So it looks really good at this point moving forward. I provided each of you for reading later on his CV or resume. I won't pretend to read it, but a couple of things that attracted me in this is his educational background right here at University of California, Irvine, where he earned his PhD. He's well published. You can take a look at some of those, awarded with grants for some of his studies. And then he is research-oriented, which is really going to help us evaluate our testing longitudinally. So we're really happy, both qualitative and quantitative. And then, of course, I would introduce him in person to you tonight, but his prior commitment at Cal Poly Pomona, the greatest school ever, Cal Poly Pomona, he's teaching tonight, and he sends his regrets, so I apologize he's not here in person. Next month he will be. Other than that, I'll just simply say, we feel that in this interim, it's the right move, and it's helping our school greatly. So thank you for the opportunity to provide that update.
Thank you.
After Mr. Ordonio is Roger Kim.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Mijares. My name is Javier Orduño, and I'm the Director of Local Advocacy in Southern California for the California Charter School Association. The California Charter School Association is the membership professional organization serving the vast majority of the over 1,300 public charter schools in the state of California. Our mission is to increase student achievement by strengthening and expanding access to high-quality public charter schools education. Our Vice President, Miles Dorothy, sends his regards and wanted to be here, but is not able to do. So I'm here to formally introduce myself as the newest member to join the Southern California Local Advocacy Team. I have spent the last few years working for the local advocacy team in Los Angeles, working with school leaders and charter parents as a parent organizer. Now I'm happy to help the association in representing charter schools in Orange County. Tonight, I represent in recommending the countywide petition for Vista Meridian Global Academy. Vista Meridian is a member in good standing and, in our opinion, should be approved to continue operating their high school program as a countywide charter. I look forward to meet with you all soon and all of our charters, all of our Orange County charter schools. If you have any questions regarding our support of these charter schools, please do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Mr. Roger Kim will be Dory Krypton.
Hello, can I pass these out? This is a survey that was conducted about a month ago. Okay, you have So, hello, board members. It's been less than a year since IIA was open, and I have been observing the school closely as a concerned citizen, hoping to hear that things are going well. Yet, it's only been sticking out like a sore thumb in Irvine. I've heard so many complaints from all over about the bullying from the school board, unhappy teachers, nepotism, conflicts of interest, and money being mismanaged. And I'm not a parent. I just hear this from my network. I'm aware that Mr. Scott has been placed in a director of development position, but what does that exactly mean? When is that until? The school board has not given the parents a definitive answer. Also, does this really remove him from all the management decisions being made at IIA? It seems like he's made financial mistakes. I would like to know if he's still allowed to keep his name on the school bank accounts, or can he still make financial decisions for the school? Overall, there's a huge distrust between all involved in this school, and it's really destroying the school. Between the parents, staff, and school board, I believe adding parents on the board to the school board could potentially help solve that problem. Also, at the last OCBE meeting, the board members requested surveys to be made, the one I just passed out. The school made two. One was created by the school PTO and the other was made by the school board. As of March 2022, they both showed over 70% of the parents were not sure if they were staying or leaving. I would say that's a very concerning figure. That's a majority of the parents. Please also note that this was not only this is only parents that were surveyed. This does not represent the staff, teachers, and the admin and the principal. I would like to be very interested again to see what the percentage of the staff would want to stay on at IIA. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Dory Krypton will be Stephen Bean.
Good evening, Orange County Board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Dory Krypton, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here to speak in support of budget transparency. Over the years, the taxpayers have had little accounting of the board's spending, and yet I know you have a rather rich budget. In the minutes, you do list invoices, but only total amounts are given. It lacks the specifics of those paid services. For example, in the last minutes dated March 2nd, there was an invoice for $49,450.52 paid to Haight Brown, etc., and another for $8,200 to the law firm of Chidester and Associates. Then in February 2nd, Hay and Brown received $31,015 and $13,182 to the Chidester Associates. That's over $100,000 in a 2-month period with no accountability to the taxpayers. We deserve to have more details on those bills. Invoices need to be more understandable. What do the invoices represent? Standing alone, not much. They're too general and they lack the specifics. It reminds me a little bit of buying an automobile. When you buy that car, you do see on the sticker not just the price of the vehicle, but you see if you're getting vinyl seats, leather seats, upgraded wheel covers, other added electronics, etc. What are we paying for this? Are these telephone calls? Is it travel? Is it paperwork? It's interesting to note, too, that on the OC boards voting on those invoices, it was 4-1. It was not unanimous. Somebody on the board was obviously not in support of the presented bills. We have a right to know where we're spending our money and where you're spending our money. I feel you have a responsibility to disclose the biggest and the budget activity. You need to provide us with itemized accounting of monetary expenses. We need more useful information. As a responsible taxpayer, I'm asking that you be more forthcoming in your budget reporting, thereby creating a sense of goodwill, responsibility, and trust with all of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dory. After Mr. Bean will be the good Judge Riddle. And after Judge Riddle will be Kelly Felton.
Good evening, President Barkey and Orange County School Board. First of all, I have to commend you for having ADA compliant podium. I think that's fantastic. I've been in a lot of school boards, and that's not the case. Well done. So, good evening. My name is Dr. Stephen Bean, and since it was announced in the Orange County Register today, I just wanted to come to personally and publicly share that it is my privilege and honor to announce my run for the Orange County Superintendent of Schools. As a disabled Vietnamese refugee, I understand the importance of education. I was blessed to come over from Vietnam on Operation Baby Lift actually 47 years ago to this day. Not speaking English and living with a disability made education a struggle for me. But my father was a sixth grade teacher, and he instilled in me the importance and love of education. And it was my sixth grade teacher that helped me discover my gifts and strengths to overcome these challenges. Since then, educating students has been my passion. For the last 25 years, I have served as a teacher, a principal of 2 different schools, an associate superintendent, and a superintendent of a charter school district. As a single father of 4, I want our OC parents to know they have an advocate and an ally in me. Tonight, I just wanted to let you know, board, that should I have the honor of serving as the OC superintendent of schools, I will work in partnership with this board to support parent rights, school choice, and protect our children. My vision includes working together with this board and our parents to repair the broken trust between parents and schools. You can learn more about my campaign at drbeanoc.com. That's DRBANOC.com. And I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity that I get to meet you and you get to meet me. And, oh, by the way, I should say that no matter what you decide in terms of the superintendent pay, I'll accept anything if I'm honored and elected for this position. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
After Judge Riddle, Kelly Felton.
Before I begin, may I just ask the members of the board if you have received the copies of 2 documents that I created that are charts relating to the surveys that were just announced, and hopefully I haven't started yet. I just want to make sure because I'll refer to them and it'll be easier to follow. Thank you very much. But I want to begin by speaking. By the way, I'm sorry. I'm Lynn Riddle, and I'm a resident of the county. In December of 2018, the Attorney General for the state of California, Javier Becerra, created a Attorney General opinion. It's 11-201. And what it comes to at the bottom is that charter schools, like all other schools, are bound to follow the California Political Reform Act, the Public Records Act, and the Brown Act. It's my understanding with respect to the Irvine International Academy that the Academy is not complying with the Public Records Act. I have not been able to gather the evidence on that, but they're not getting their replies. But I want to address the Brown Act, and in particular, I challenge you to look at the Irvine International Academy's website, because I think it's the source of so much confusion between the administration of this school and the parents. And that is because the website is enormously poor in terms of informing public about what the school is about and what is being proposed on the agendas, etc. And I would call your attention, you can review this yourself. I got this information directly off their website, but you can't even hardly find it. You have to look all over the place. There's no button that says board. You have to look all around. It's under, I'll give you a hint, it's under events. So I wouldn't expect that. I would think that would be a car wash, but I'll leave that to you. But in any case, they've had 20 meetings since this charter was approved. And of those 20 meetings, the first 17, there were agendas that were posted. They were minimal, they were not fairly descriptive. And what else, the other thing that was very concerning, there were no documents attached. These were the beginning and founding meetings of this charter, and those were the initial contracts, the very vital contracts, and all kinds of receiving gifts and how they would be allocated and all those kinds of things, the discussions of the budget, et cetera, and none of that information was made available to the public. And I respectfully suggest to you that that's probably the very reason why we've had so many parents come here and to their own board meeting. They have pleaded and begged. They were here. They were polite, they were well informed, and they were begging with you to have them be able to get this information. In his opinion, Attorney General Becerra said this, and let me just finish this and I'll leave. I might leave if you tell me beforehand, but in any case, yes, it just says this. May I finish, President?
Finish the sentence, please.
Yes, thank you. What he warned was that with respect to all of these requirements, that violation of these laws, the one I just mentioned, can lead to criminal penalties and fines and violations of any of these laws that lead to revocation of the charter school's charter if the violations are not cured in a timely manner. I respectfully suggest over 17 meetings, that's not timely.
Thank you.
Kelly Felton, and after Kelly will be Patrick Nomaly.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to start off tonight's public comment by quoting the late, great Thomas Sowell. It is hard to imagine a more stupid or a dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. There are people at the state and federal level that are making choices for our children that are harming them. Several months back, you guys passed a resolution to sever ties with the California School Board Association and in turn, the National School Board Association. I was in favor of that resolution since there were several issues at the National School Board Association calling energetic and involved parents domestic terrorists and to be treated as such. Although you have made the right decision in breaking ties with the CSBA, putting children first, the CSBA has decided to double down their efforts to harm our children. The CSBA has currently issued a statement that instead of working with the NSBA, they will partner up with the Association of California School Administrators as a launch pad for new policy and advocacy activities at the federal level. It seems to me that even the National School Board Association is too soft compared to what the California School Board is seeking to accomplish. They plan to contribute to dumb down our schools by focusing on equity and standard-based outcomes instead of how to teach real critical reasoning skills along with life and career preparedness as working Americans, one nation under God. Our children will continue to have CRT and identity issues shoved down their throats while school administrators act deviant to hide their actual agendas from active concerned parents. I am here tonight to encourage you to continue your brave and bold fight against the Association of California School Administrators to protect our children, their constitutional rights to a real education, not a politically motivated indoctrination, and all the levels of protection put in place as parents who know best for their children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick is up, and then Vicki Chan.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Patrick McNally, McNally. I spoke at the last board meeting. Thank you for hearing my comments. I didn't intend to speak, but then I heard Mr. Danier and Mr. Delgado speak, and I thought at least I should come up and just say something. It's a little bit scattershot, my comments. Mr. Danier said that Mr. Scott, or Dr. Scott, has actually left the school, or he's no longer, he's gone. He's not gone, as Mr. Hussein has pointed out. He's still in the school, he's Director of Development. What that role is, and I know it's been discussed before, we'll realize that later on. Also, I only caught the last of your comments, so I can't comment on other things he said, but he said he didn't know Dr. Watson, Dr. Ed Watson. Get to know him, I think you like him very, very much. I'm here with several other parents. There have been changes, and it have been encouraging. Mr. Hussein has pointed that out. I think we're on the right track, but there's other issues that still need to be resolved, and I know when Mr. Delgado talks about some mistakes that took place, I think Ms. Chastain, Araceli Chastain from the Orange County Department of Education will respond to that. She's done a good report, and I know when she was last here, I think it's obvious to the board and everybody that there was a little bit more than just some small mistakes which were involved here. I think that's about it. Oh yes, Les, the last time I was here, I'd asked the board, because you have the powers under the bylaws of the Irvine IA, which is not actually, it's another bylaws, but you have the power to add a director to the board of directors. And we really need more parents on that board. And again, I'd ask and encourage you once again to please exercise that power and have a parent be elected to the board. I think it will help us enormously. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Vicki, you're up, and then Lynn Wang.
Hello, my name is Vicki Chan. This is my first time, so thank you for having me here. We just moved down to Irvine recently. I am from Irvine International Academy, yet another parent to speak about that. First of all, I have 2 kids there. They love it there. First and foremost, we love the school. They love their friends and teachers and principal. So we are very grateful. Yet, as a parent, I am concerned. And I am not a minority. There was a couple surveys put out at IAA, one by the PTO, one by the board, and it showed 70 to 80% of parents show my same concern. So I am not a minority. There is an issue at the school. I'm sure you guys have all heard from allegations of nepotism, conflict of interest, hiring issues to the point we hired a person that was not qualified for the position, and now we have to deal with that. Mismanagement of teachers and staff to the point that I, as a parent, I have no idea which teachers are coming back or which staff is coming back or who's leaving. And as a parent who wants to send my kids back, that's a problem, you know, and to the point where the administration even has told the teachers not to discuss these issues with the parents. So that lack of transparency, other parents or other administrators or speakers have mentioned this. This is a problem as a parent. Mr. Houston did mention some changes that are happening. So Michael Scott was removed as executive director. Very excited for Ed Watson to be taking over. But I'm asking the board, we do need more oversight. I want to make sure as a parent that these changes stick. Again, this board has demonstrated in the past that they don't have the best transparency, as Judge Riddle mentioned. They tend to push things through without letting us know, without due diligence, and without explanation. Again, Ms. Chastain actually caught Mr. Houston. He tried to claim that there was a change in the nepotism because the board asked for it, and Ms. Chastain had to correct him. It was not true at all. Please keep a watch on us, because I really, really want to be able to send my kids back. I really want the teachers to stay. I want the principal to stay. And if we continue going all this back and forth, I'm afraid there won't be anything left that we love from this year. So please help us and keep us on this good path. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Lynn, yes, come on up. And after Lynn, our last speaker will be Patty.
Will be who?
Patty, there's no last name.
Okay, that's.
Hi, my name is Lynn, and I am a former parent at Irvine International Academy. I'm the parent of 2 children, and I pulled them out at the 6-month mark. And it was a very, very tough decision. But as you know, there was just so much going on. Teachers were not happy, parents were not happy, nepotism, exclusive contracts, and a lot of internal conflict created mainly by the former executive director, now the director of development. The board has created a new position to safeguard or to allow him to stay at the school. And that is contrary to what the parents, I think for the majority, wants, based on the surveys that were done by the PTO and the school itself. But I am here because I do want my children to come back to the school if we're able to salvage it to what the majority of the parents want. I mean, this is something Irvine community really does want. But we are actually all very concerned whether the majority of the parents want to come back next year, because teachers have already said prior that they don't know. Some may stay, some may not, until the board kind of clamped down and said, don't say anything to the parents. So at this point, it's basically quiet from where the teacher stands. I want to go ahead and bring up non-compliance with the Brown Act from our board. And this is a very serious matter. Continuously, I had to invoke my Brown Act rights to speak prior to an action item. And prior to that, I didn't even know what the Brown Act was. But IIA's board actually literally forced me to read up on the Brown Act, and that I had to invoke my Brown Act in February twice and in March for once. And the 4th meeting, I was not able to invoke my Brown Act rights to speak because they had disabled the chat features and the unmute button as well. So members of the public was not able to speak up if they chose to. And also regarding documents, any agenda item that they're going to vote on, the IA board did not post a link to any of the contracts, the job descriptions, positions, salary-wise. So we're in the dark, and when we mention it, our board president still went on in the March meeting and allowed the vote to continue instead of tabling it. So that's one of my biggest concern is the transparency and following the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a Patty, no last name. Patty, if you're out there, do you want to talk now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you Patty?
Yeah.
Okay, you can talk now, or you can wait till, you're so cute. You can wait till action item number 12 that you said you wanted to vote on. You want to wait? Okay. So last is Donna Lee. And that'll be the last. And we'll move on.
Good evening, OCBE Board. I'll be very brief, but I did want to bring up something that seems to be inconsistent between what we've heard at the board meeting, IAA board meeting, versus what is apparently true. Our former executive director, Michael Scott's role was changed to the Director of Development on March 22nd, 2022 at the board meeting. The role change had a few high-profile requirements, such as no stepping on school property, no emailing staff, no emailing parents, just to name a few. However, parents and staff were still being contacted by Mr. Scott after that. As of March 30th, apparently, quote, the HR specialist at the school, only the position has been approved. The contract has not been finalized or executed to date. This was not consistent with what the parents were led to believe weeks prior. In addition, this was supposed to be a temporary position, and yet no end date has been specified. Thank you.
And that's,
Thank you.
and that's it, Madam President.
All right. Moving to the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent.
Second. All those in favor?
Well, I have a discussion before we
Okay.
do that. I'd like to pull items 7 and 8 from the consent calendar, and I would support the balance.
I don't have any problems with it.
Okay. All right. So all those in favor of approving the consent calendar with items 7 and 8 removed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes.
Make the motion for item number 7.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? No?
No discussion.
No discussion. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Oppose?
Okay.
Make a motion for number 8, Madam President.
All right. All those in favor?
We need a second. I'll
Oh,
second.
I'm sorry. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Oppose.
All right. All right, moving to charter schools. Nina, are there any charter submissions?
There are no submissions at this meeting.
All right. Araceli, I'd like to welcome you.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Maharas. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the Vista Meridian Global Academy countywide charter petition submitted on March 4th. Prior to public comments, representatives from Vista Meridian Global Academy are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from the charter school to the podium.
Oh my gosh. Good afternoon, good evening. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Don Wilson, Dr. Don Wilson. I'm the superintendent for Vista Charter Public Schools. And it's so, I'm just a couple of off-charter things. It's such a pleasure to be here in person again. No masks, it feels great. And I want to just acknowledge the invocation by Mr. Cook, who just really, I want to thank part of that invocation that said, thanking all of you, each one of you who do this work, our civic duties, they're so important. And I sit on a couple of boards myself. I know what it takes. So just thank you for that. I also want to just mention, again, Mr. Cook, your invocation about joy. I don't want to minimize some of the issues that have already been brought up, but I just want to say that to stand here, again, it feels very joyous. It was 6 years ago that I stood here for the first time, very nervous, I will add, fewer gray hairs, and but it's, again, just thank you for us to be here. And also, Ms. Gomez, I'm going to stop right now. I'm going to, before we get to the question part of this, and I want you to know that we have heard you. We are adding 2 parents to our board. They'll be from Orange County. In addition, there'll be another parent from our board in LA because we lost the other parent. So we just wanted you to know that we have heard you. We're excited to do that. I'm not going to really go into my introduction. We can, yeah. You've seen this so many times. I've stood here so many times. So I just wanted to say that I'd love to introduce Dr. Felch and say I am so proud to introduce him as my assistant superintendent. After 6 years of doing this work, to have him just working by my side has been such a pleasure. And I think I actually get 2 hours more sleep every night, so that is great. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Felch.
Good evening, Honorable Board again. President Barkey, Superintendent Mijares, it's absolutely a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be here in front of you today. I don't need to speak too much about myself. I think all of you know me pretty well. So I'm actually going to spend our time to hand it back over to Dr. Wilson so he can introduce someone that's new on our team.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. I'm going to say this is the new Dr. Felch, but it's Dr. Real. And we are so incredibly lucky to have Dr. Real join our team. She does not come to us unknown, and I'm going to let her introduce herself, but I just want you to know that we did our doctorate together. Her name is actually in our charter. She is cited in our charter. Our theoretical framework we developed together for our dissertations. And so when the opportunity for Dr. Felch to move to assistant superintendent came up, and out of the blue, we had a conversation, and that she was open to leading the work in our high school. It seems like we have miracles happen every time we look for new leadership. So we are blessed to have Dr. Rao, and I'm going to let her talk all about herself.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Board, Board President Barkey, and Superintendent Mijares. It is my great pleasure to introduce myself tonight as the principal of Vista Meridian Global Academy, and I cannot tell you enough how happy I am to become part of the Vista family. So there's a list up there of some of my accomplishments. I've been in education for 24 years as a teacher, a school counselor, an instructional dean, assistant principal, principal of a high school, former USC adjunct professor. As Dr. Wilson mentioned, we received our doctorates together at USC in 2017, and I was most recently the director of counseling, college, and careers with the Monrovia Unified School District. While I was there, I developed a model dual enrollment program that earned a Golden Bell in 2019, and I also made it a goal to expand our career technical education pathways so we could help students prepare for their careers and expand ladders of economic opportunity within the community. So I would like to pass the mic back to Dr. Wilson, but I do want to say one more time, I am so pleased to be working in Orange County for the first time. I'm a resident, and I'm very, very happy to be part of the Vista family. Thank you.
Welcome.
You can see why we're successful. We keep getting the best and the brightest. So I'm going to move fairly quickly through these next 2 slides, but I think it's important. 6 years ago, I stood here with barely 1.5 schools under my belt. And I want to just thank the board because who we are today is, quite frankly, has been because of your support. Today we have Vista Charter Middle School in Los Angeles. We have Vista Heritage Middle School. We have Vista Condor Elementary School, Vista Horizon Elementary School in Los Angeles, and our newest is Vista Meridian Global Academy, also here in Orange County. And we are just about ready to add one more school, which we won't announce until after the board meeting in a month from now. So we've grown, quite frankly, we've grown quite fast in some ways, but also with our strategic plan. Something that I want to address on the next slide, which it's really a direct result of working with Orange County Department of Ed and with your staff. It's who we are not. And because 6 years ago when we started, we really listened to what the staff had to say, the suggestions that you made, and what we are not is what we are is we are a group of separate LEAs, all with the same mission and vision. But Vista Charter Public Schools does not have its own budget. I have no personal budget that we work with. But each of the LEAs have their own budget, and there is no commingling of funds. And this is a direct result of working with Otticelli and her team 6 years ago. Of course, all of our schools have shared support systems of superintendent. We now have a district technology person, a district special ed person. We also have our legal and financial teams, and now we have Dr. Felch as my assistant. So we've really been able to grow the support at that level. But these costs are shared among all of the schools so that there's no burden to the schools. Another unique feature of what we do is each one of our principals is a member of the executive team. They meet with me each Monday, and we decided long ago that the principal and their unique position in a local community, that voice really needed to be heard. So I wouldn't call it a voting member because we don't really do the vote like that, but they are a decision-making member of the executive team because what we decide in that team affects their communities and their campuses. And that leaves each one of our LEAs flexible to address the local community needs. And I think tonight what you're going to hear is another way in which having a countywide charter is going to allow us to address very specific needs of our communities. So thank you again for the time tonight. As always, we appreciate your time. And the great thing about having an assistant superintendent is I get to give it all over to him now.
Thank you.
Okay, so you might be asking, why Meridian? Why countywide charter? And specifically also because we currently are operating high school grades, or at least 9th grade this year. But if you remember back to 2020, the board approved the material revision expansion of our middle school charter to include grades 9 through 12. Now, what this is doing, and I'll go to the next slide, is for countywide. Under the current petition, it wouldn't allow us to really partner with the community colleges and really build out the dual enrollment and CTE program that we would really like to have and offer for our students. And so the way that I'd like to explain this, we've been using the word pods, but if you think of many colleges have this where they have a main site and then they have satellite campuses. So it's very, very similar to that. We've had amazing discussions and even have agreements with some of the community colleges already, with Santa Ana College, Coastline College, Orange Coast College, and even UC Irvine. And so we would have our own main home campus, but then we would have pods at or near each of these campuses. And that is going to allow us to align our dual enrollment programs with the high quality programs that each of these colleges specialize in, giving our kids the best and brightest education possible. It also allows us to educate beyond community college district jurisdictions. And so, for example, if we stayed the way we're in the city of Santa Ana, and that only allows us to work within the Rancho Santiago Community College district boundary. And for example, one of our pathways is cybersecurity. And Coastline College, which is not that far away from our school, is in one of the other community college jurisdictions. And they are very well known for their cybersecurity program. And so we have, this would allow us to work with them in a dual enrollment capacity. Now, what I do want to make sure, and we've already communicated with the superintendents in these districts, that the pods are not meant to enroll additional students in those communities. Most of the students already would most likely come from our feeder schools primarily in the city of Santa Ana already. So it is not meant for outside enrollment necessarily. But I do want to talk about our CTE pathways, and this is another reason why having Dr. Real on board and her expertise is just so amazing for us. So our CTE, each of our CTE pathways are carefully chosen and designed to provide, at a minimum, industry-level certification in these sectors. And these sectors are each in high-demand, booming industries. I mentioned cybersecurity, biotechnology. These are areas where our kids are not just going to get jobs, they are going to be in high-demand, high-earning careers in the future. They will also be able to provide, in these CTE pathways, valuable internship and work experience opportunities, and that's going to be embedded into each of our CTE pathways. As well, to make sure that each of our pathways are of the highest quality, we are going to have a pathway board for each of these CTE pathways made up of industry professionals in those fields to make sure that we are not just aligning it with the CTE standards, but also making sure that we are graduating students, young adults, with the competencies that are needed in those workforces. And so that's extremely important. We want to know what the end product really is from these industry professionals. Also, dual enrollment. So working in partnership with these community colleges as well as UC Irvine, we are really closely aligning to an early college high school model, which allows our students to gain college credit, dual enrollment, college credit and high school credit simultaneously as early as in 9th grade. This is going to allow our students not only to get those industry certifications, but also pursue up to their associate's degree at the same time that they get their high school degree, which would be huge for many reasons, but most of all, to save our students and our families thousands and thousands of dollars in possible college tuition and so on, and also to get ahead. But at the same time, we're also working with our community college partners. We actually just met with the Santa Ana College president about a week and a half ago to provide dual enrollment through general education classes through IGETC, which would be UC transferable credits if and when our students decide that they want to go to a 4-year UC school, and all of these dual enrollment credits will be able to transfer over to the 4-year schools. I also want to talk about something that is special, unique, and innovative, part of the Vista Meridian curriculum, which is the Master Transcript Consortium. So we are currently, and if this is approved, we will bring in the new countywide petition as part of the Master Transcript Consortium. Now, the Master Transcript Consortium is actually an international consortium of some of the highest quality schools, or not just around the country, but around the world. And many of these are high-end private schools. So Sage Hill, just down the street, is part of the Master Transcript Consortium, as well as many other schools that you probably have heard of. Now, this will allow us to, or our students, to create a transcript that doesn't just list them with a single letter or something like that. It gives them a lot more information to provide to colleges and prospective employers about them, their core academic competencies, as well as the mastery level of really essential life skills. Now, this is also very rigorous because in many high schools, all you have to do is pass the class. Here, and I see that my time is almost up, here you have to really have a level of mastery in each academic and non-core academic standard as well. And this will also be used for digital portfolios as well, so students can not just compile but curate their best and brightest work to show with higher education and possible employers. So I know my time is up. Thank you for your time, and I believe that if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. I have some questions. I think.
The hearing is now open for 30 minutes of public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
We have one. Martha Fleur.
Good evening. My name is Martha Fleur. I'm a resident of Newport Mesa.
Martha, could you lower the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Barkey, Vice President Dr. Williams, Tim Shaw, Becky Gomez, and Lisa Sparks. I have no doubt that this is an outstanding charter school. My issue is transparency. On the agenda, it calls it for a public hearing. And yet, when I went on and tried to reach and research the information on the basic application, there was no documents. Nothing was attached. I actually had to, and I'm a Googler, so I went to the original documentation and found the original application that you approved in 2021 or 2020. But again, if you're asking for information and public comment, at the very least, I would appreciate as a member of the public to be able to make cogent comments and do some information gathering and not have to figure it out myself. I'd like to look at it. I thought it was a great presentation. I truly appreciated it. You are, the Brown Act, you all on your website, everything is there. You're with board docs, you're with it, and I really appreciate that. But unfortunately, unless you get that information on your own, there's nothing. And so when you're asking and you're having a public hearing and inviting public comment, I would appreciate transparency and provide us with the actual application. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Board of Education staff report will be published on May 17th, and the board will take action at the June 1st meeting. Representatives from Vista Meridian Global Academy are available in person to answer any questions. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Araceli. Dr. Sparks?
Yes, I have some questions for all of you, but especially Colin. So you were talking about I'm always very interested in the dual enrollment and how that functions in different states and in different ways, and what the limitations are. So I was curious when you said you can go back to starting in ninth grade, which is pretty awesome. How many credit hours are allowed? Is it like up to 12 or up to 6?
9 per semester.
Okay, 9 per semester. And so that would be for all 4 years. And so that gives a pretty good chunk. What, 36 hours, 36 credits, is that right?
It would be double because per semester.
Oh, per semester,
So
yeah.
it would be 72.
Okay, wow. Wow. So that's almost half of a degree. That's amazing. That's amazing. And do you anticipate, do you have models? I know you have more experience with that. Can you explain the models you've seen? Because I know it's kind of there's certain states doing it more than others.
Right. And even within California, there are different models. The model that I developed in Monrovia was a robust 4-year model where we took rising ninth graders, and every semester they had 1 to 2 courses, and even sometimes during the summer. And that was in a traditional comprehensive high school setting. So we're prepared to replicate the number of units and an enormous amount of support for our students to successfully complete these courses. And I always say that dual enrollment is about the 3 things that stop students from enrolling and persisting through to achieve their degrees, and that's time, money, and skills. So they're going to complete their degrees faster. They're going to save themselves enormous debt. And they're going to realize that they have the skills while they're 14, 15, 16, 17, and walk onto a campus for the first time knowing, oh, I've been doing this for 2 years. So we're really excited.
So it builds that confidence. And then the other side of it is they see themselves in that college environment.
They have a college.
Right. An ID. Yes, an ID. And then another question along those lines. Is it accessible to all the students? And how do you identify, if a student says, oh, I really want to do it, but maybe they're not ready, how do you identify if they're ready for that level or not?
Well, we have diagnostic assessments, but all of our students are going to take dual enrollment classes in
Okay.
some form or fashion because it's part of our CTE pathway.
Okay.
So at a minimum, we want them to have an industry certification at the end, which includes some dual enrollment courses.
Okay, great. I love it.
Yeah, and I think the other aspect is what Dr. Real was talking about. For our students, so often we have low-income students, students that oftentimes the boundaries of their neighborhood is the boundary of their life. So getting them into our pods, that's where the pod really comes into play, because after 4 years of being on the campus or near the campus, working with professors, going to college is just the natural next step. So really opening their eyes to that possibility and getting them comfortable early on.
But do the universities that you partner with have to provide those extra pods or resources in terms of a certain classroom or a certain set of
It's
seats?
going to be both.
Okay.
So we are in talks right now with some of them that are actually so excited that they're going to provide space on the campus. But it's also, we don't have to construct an entire school near the campus. We can just
Right.
rent out 2 rooms,
Right.
Which is a much more economical way of getting kids close to the campus if we're not on it itself.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
I would just make a comment that, I mean, you guys just do such an amazing job at offering children wonderful choices, and now just to add these opportunities is just really, really exciting. I can't commend you enough for what you're doing.
I would echo that. You do a great job. Enjoy your presentation.
I would be really excited about the CTE and the dual enrollment, but I know it's a boatload of work. Because we, as a former dean at a community college, we struggled with this, trying to find partnerships. So I'm just hoping that you don't bite off more than you can chew on this, because it is pretty detailed. But it sounds like, Dr. Real, you've kind of been down this path a bit. So I'm hopeful that it will be successful and the students will really benefit from that. So, I think the one thing that we struggled with, just as an FYI on the community college side, was just the maturity of the students. Not just academically, but just socially being able to handle the college environment. And so I think that's just always something to kind of keep an eye on.
I agree with you 100%. And when I came to my counterparts in Monrovia and said, I believe that we can put rising 9th graders in college, some of them didn't believe me. And we did it anyway. We did it really successfully. But one of the reasons that it is so successful is because we've done it in a cohort model. So we teach the students how to collaborate, how to rely on each other, how to construct knowledge together, and it was extremely successful. And so I would like to replicate, again, that cohort model and really build on the collaborative nature that our students already have in our Vista family.
So the cohort will be just your students. They won't be integrated with the colleges. Okay. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, thank you so much. And welcome to the team, Dr. Real. We are very excited. Okay, moving on to number 11. And are we doing that? Is that remote? There we go. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And welcome to the team, Dr. Real. We are very excited.
Delay there. Oh, that was coming from, This is an action item for the board, so.
So it's not a presentation?
There's no presentation, it's
Okay.
just a action item.
And we're going to be making a motion to adopt in a
Well,
second.
thank you so much. And welcome to.
Yes. There's some feedback coming from, I think, one of the Zoom link. If you could mute your microphone. Thank you. So the board has draft agreements. This is a carryover item from last month. Draft 1 is the amended language that was received back from Explore. Draft 2 is the amended language that we dialogued about and consulted with the board's attorney. We provided both documents because last month it was just the one document and you all wanted to see the difference between the two. What I will add for you, because staff had no problem with the edits that came from Explore, and the board's attorney did not either, with the exception of under the facilities agreement, which we believe that we've come to mutual agreement with regards to that, if the board accepts draft 2. And in your red folder, we actually blue lined so that you could see draft 2 is the changes on the facility item. The blue highlight is what is from staff and the board's attorney. Everything in red in that document is just a carryover from what came from Explore.
President Barkey, if I can make the suggestion that we have our good counsel, Mr. Greg Rowland, come up and help us with the background on his work and evaluation and recommendations to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, Superintendent Maharis, members of the board. We were contacted by staff with regard to an attempt to form a compromise on the facilities agreement. And we tried to fashion that compromise within the spirit of the Charter School Act that allow some oversight and some responsibility and some flexibility for Explorer. The crux of the issue was whether or not the Explorer Academy would have to come back for a material revision on the yet unnamed sites that were approved by the board in the original petition. I'm sure Explorer believes that since there were 3 sites approved, that they didn't have to come back for a material revision. So we wanted to honor their understanding, at the same time allow the board to exercise oversight over the sites. So staff, Araceli, Nina, and the crew came up with some language and incorporated language from the Explorer Academy that would simply require 45 days before opening a new site that they provide board with the necessary documentation for the board to exercise oversight, and they can make a decision then and there that the site is within the standards set by the board. So we really think that this is a compromise that staff has worked hard to formulate that gives Explorer the flexibility that they believe they got from this board, and at the same time allowing the board to exercise oversight if they see fit, without going through the somewhat laborious process of a material revision.
Greg, so is that language in draft 1 or 2 that's before us?
Draft 2.
It's in draft 2.
Yeah, 2J.
In the red folder.
Okay, it just says 2. There's no J.
J is the subsection of the agreement that I'm speaking of.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's here, the blue right there.
Okay. I was going to say, wow, it's a lot of versions available. Okay.
That's that $15 bill you approved.
All right. And so did Ms. Romero agree to this as a fair?
I can't speak to if Ms. Romero agreed to it or not personally. I haven't spoken with her, but there was interactions between Explorer's counsel and staff, and that's why the first draft is what Explorer is suggesting, and the second draft is a collaboration between staff and Explorer.
So the compromise is what you created with our staff in 2, and draft 1 is what Explorer submitted?
Right, and what they're requesting.
I see. Okay.
But they've seen draft 2, draft 2J. Have you
certainly
all
have.
seen that, Ms. Romero and team? Can you hear
Why,
us?
the first draft is what Explorer
Hello, do you want me
is
to speak now?
suggesting, and the second draft is a collaboration between staff and Explorer. That is an extremely annoying voice.
Not you, it was his voice. Yes. Can she speak?
There's going to be a YouTube delay, so if you guys stop talking, then she can, it'll catch up.
In draft 2J. Have you all
certainly
seen that, Ms. Romero and team?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Why, the first draft is what Explorer
Hello, do you want me
is
to speak now?
suggesting, and the second draft is a collaboration between staff and Explorer. That is an extremely annoying voice.
Not you, it was his voice.
Shall I go?
Okay, I think yes. Please start now.
Okay. Thank you, board members, superintendent. Can you hear me? I would say that this is less about a compromise than it was about, thankfully, the staff recognizing really the common sense edit that we were asking for from the get-go. What we wanted was
Please start now.
What we wanted was specificity in the MOU that clearly stated that we would not have to go back for a new material revision to simply open schools that had already been authorized by the board. We had asked for clarity and specificity and language to indicate that a material revision would be needed, starting with any other school that we might see after those that were already approved. So we asked for this in section J. This has been the case from the beginning. After several iterations, and Dr. Williams, you pointed out how many versions there are, we are pleased that staff finally did come back and say, okay, we will accept your language, and then they added in some additional language that we are perfectly fine with. So at this point, given that the language that we asked for with respect to when a material revision is required is in both versions and was adopted, we are fine with accepting that and thank the staff for accepting our recommendation. Just in closing, I would like to just point out and ask the board if you might consider the whole process of MOUs. Please note that MOUs really are not in charter law. It is a very costly process, especially for us. As you can see from all these iterations of drafts, that's a lot of
Gloria,
taxpayer
can you hear me?
and as well as legal fees on our end from a startup school. So I would just urge the board that you might want to do a hearing and look at MOUs in general. Most states do not do something and figure out there might be just a more sit down and negotiate a contract to bring it about. Thank you, and I hope I ask for your adoption of this.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, your YouTube is on, so at the same time that you're dialoguing, and so we're getting a lot of feedback, but I think the board heard you. I'll let President Barkey speak to that, but just wanted to let you know that we had competing things occurring.
If she could just say that last bit about the MOU, that would be helpful.
She's got to turn off the YouTube, though.
Turn off YouTube.
But turn off the YouTube.
Is on, so at the same time that you're dialoguing, and so we're getting a lot of feedback, but I think the board heard you. I'll let President Barkey speak to that, but just wanted to let you know that we had competing things occurring.
If she could just say that last bit about the MOU, that would be helpful.
Thank you so much. What I would
Turn off the YouTube.
Turn off the YouTube.
me.
Yeah.
I think you need to turn off your YouTube. We can hear your YouTube at the same time we hear you.
And so
I'm
we're
actually
getting a
not
lot
on.
of
I don't have
feedback, but
YouTube
I think
open.
the board heard you. I'll let President Barkey speak to that.
Does
but
Mike
just wanted
or
to let you
does
know that
anyone have
we
YouTube
had
on?
competing things occurring.
Okay, now.
I think that works.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. What I would just say is that on the MOUs, I just wanted to point out that I think, you know, I do not believe really in going far beyond what the legislature has enacted with respect to charters. There's already so much difficulty as it is. And unless we get a very open-minded board like you are that fairly considers charter petitions in an otherwise somewhat politically hostile climate towards charters and just the right for parents to choose, MOUs really have created some real additional hardships. Dr. Williams pointed out the number of iterations of what could have been really, I believe, a very simple negotiation. and yet taxpayer dollars are consumed. We as a startup, we're starting up basically with, no money from the state yet, and legal fees have been very, very costly overall. So I would urge you just to think about it. Most states do not do MOUs. I think there are ways to just negotiate the essence of what a contract could look like. So I would just urge the board to rethink its use of MOUs. There's no such thing as a standard charter school, so how can there be a standard MOU for adoption? Each one is different. And I would urge you to maybe do some type of a hearing in the future to think about the need for MOUs and really to streamline it so that it's not as costly. That's all I wanted to add on the MOUs. But other than that, we thank you for this. We are appreciative that staff recognized our desire to be very clear in language about MRs. And we, of course, accepted the additional language that they proposed. This could have been done a long time ago, we believe. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for the additional hardship. I know it's been hard, but thank you for being in agreement.
So we're all okay with item 2 or version 2?
Well, may I ask the question? Yeah, it was difficult over the last 10 minutes to really try to understand what was being said. There was a lot of feedback. But my question originally had to do with, we have before us a draft 1 and draft 2, and there was some compromise in the language. And as you and I have talked about over the last decade, we don't want to put any more burdens upon you as a charter. Are you okay, and do you accept the language in draft 2 under the subsection J facilities agreement?
Personally, I think it's unnecessary, but as a charter operator and wanting to show good faith, as I believe we have been, we are willing to accept version 2, given that the language that we have sought for some time now is incorporated in both versions. So I don't wish to behoove the issue, and I have questions about MOUs to begin with, but that's not the point today. So I have no objection any longer to this.
Okay, so you do not feel that draft 2 is going to hurt or hinder or obstruct any of what you want to do with your charter?
I would say that we are okay with having it approved today. The additional of the at least 45 days to go in, that's just specifying a date line. That's fine with us.
That's all I had.
Thank you. And 2 of our board members, including the president, are here in case you want to add in as well.
So we appreciate the board members for being present, and thank you for all your hard work. Madam President, I would like to make the motion to adopt draft 2 of our agenda item number 11.
I'll second that. Wonderful. We have a motion and a second. Any additional comment? All right. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All right. It passes 5-0 unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a public comment on item number 12. Patty, if you would like to come up.
Just give us just 1 minute. We're going to set the timer for translation purposes.
From last time. When you hear your own voice, it's like.
Bueno, me llamo Patricia Cavada. Y lo que yo no puedo entender cómo una persona puede ganar tanto dinero como el señor Alma Harris. Yo no sé por qué le están dando $400 millones de dólares para hacer el trabajo que él está haciendo. Ahorita tenemos maestros y maestras que casi no ganan dinero, o podemos agarrar más maestros y maestras. Ustedes pueden agarrar más trabajos para otra gente, Y la gente que trabaja en las oficinas de las escuelas, ¿les pueden pagar más? ¿O les pueden dar el trabajo a más gente que trabaja en las oficinas de las escuelas? No es justo que tanta cantidad se le dé a una sola persona.
Hi, my name is Patricia Cavada, and I'm here because I don't understand how one person can make so much money. Dr. Mijares is making 400 million to 400,000. I heard millions.
That is an outrage.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Triple outrage.
To do the work that he does, and we have teachers that don't make nearly as much, and they need to make more. And we have people that need to be hired, or we could hire more people to do the work.
Pero lo que yo no entiendo es cómo ese señor puede ganar más del gobernador Newsom de California. ¿Cómo es que una sola persona puede ganar tanto dinero? No es justo. Esa cantidad no es justo que una sola persona gane ese dinero. Hay mucha gente que les pueden pagar más, ya lo dije. ¿Y qué hace este señor? ¿Qué ha hecho que él debe de ganar tanto dinero? Y la única razón porque yo estoy hablando español, porque yo sí puedo hablar en inglés, es porque mucha gente latina está bien confundidos qué es lo que está pasando en el distrito.
I do not understand how that man can make more money than the governor of California, Governor Newsom. How can one person make so much money? It's just not fair, and it doesn't make sense. Some people, the money that he earns can be used to pay people that need to make more money. So what has he done to earn so much? She can speak English, but she is so enraged, and she wants to represent the Spanish-speaking population because they are all wondering, how is it that one person can make so much money?
Y porque todos no se ponen a leer lo que está allí, porque lo que está en la computadora uno lo puede mirar, pero si alguien no se está fijando bien y no se está fijando diferentes cosas, no pueden encontrar la información que deben de saber. Y es bien importante que la gente latina sepa lo que está pasando en las escuelas. Es bien importante que la gente latina que tengan cuenta la cantidad de dinero que le están pagando ustedes a una sola persona. No es justo, yo ya les he dicho bastantes veces, no es justo que una sola persona gane tanto dinero. Eso es todo lo que le tengo que decir para ustedes hoy. Gracias.
Not all people can read what's out there. Not all people can see what's on the computer, the information that's being put out there. All people can see what's being put out there, but not all people read into the details of what's out there. And I think that it's important as Latinos that we all need to be aware of how much this person makes. How is it possible that one person can make so much money? So I am here representing, and that is all I have to say for you today.
Thank you.
Madam President, as maker of item number 12, the resolution, I'd like to introduce as a base pay to complete the document, a base pay for the superintendent for the 2022-2026 term of $300,000. In addition, a annual car allowance of $12,000 per year. As a reminder, this resolution does not affect the longevity bonus, the health benefits, or the STIRS contribution. So I make that motion. I'll need a second.
I'll go ahead and second.
Very good.
Do we have any discussion?
Can I ask one a question? So the minimum credentials to be a candidate for superintendent, I know it requires an administrative credential, correct? Who gets to set that parameter exactly? And is that a state thing? Is that per county? Or is that something that would be within our purview to decide? I know you got to have a Juris Doctorate degree to be the district attorney. There's those different requirements. But is that something? Who gets to set that exactly? I don't know that for sure.
State legislature, I don't know.
Was that, would
It's
you
in
know?
the state education code, though.
It's in this,
It is in the state education code.
Okay. So is that uniform in every case, the county superintendent has to have, it's the same qualifications across all 58 counties in California, do we
I
know?
think in California, yes.
Is that
I'm not
correct?
sure, I don't know nationwide. Do you know? Greg? Right, not nationwide.
Okay,
So it's that's why I think it's a legislature thing.
okay. Is it, all right.
Yeah. And I have a subsidiary, I don't know, want to add to the situation here because there's been some press attention on this. So we prepared a few comments related to the motion. Oh, and I can read it into the record. Okay. Is that everybody? Yeah. Okay. In an exercise of county board authority, according to the State of California Constitution, the Orange County Board of Education modified the Orange County Superintendent of Schools' salary to properly align with similar administrative leadership positions across the state. Previously, the superintendent's total compensation package was just over $467,000 per year. A board resolution set the 2022-2026 superintendent base pay at $330,000 per year, in addition to approval of a new annual car allowance and benefit package, which was not in place before, establishing an approximate total compensation package of over $425,000 per year. Board President Mary Barkey articulates the California Constitution gives all county boards the authority to set their county superintendent's salary. However, when talking with fellow county board members, very few understood they had the constitutional responsibility, she adds. She adds, we understand that this may be a sensitive issue, but as a board, we have resolved to face difficult issues head-on. We expect other county boards will follow our lead, as President Barkey continued. And then I said, as elected trustees, we have an obligation not only to the voters of Orange County, but also the students, to direct resources to the classroom where they belong. We promised voters we would exercise fiscal responsibility where appropriate, while retaining our board rights to properly be able to represent our constituents. And this resolution does that, confirmed trustee Dr. Lisa Sparks. Moi. The board engaged in a labor-intensive, and publicly transparent process over 3 public meetings. The board analyzed the superintendent's salary using several different analytical measures, including but not limited to population, other county superintendent total compensation, employees managed, school districts monitored, and other administrative responsibilities. Quote, the base pay for the next 2022-2026 term of the County Superintendent of Education accurately reflects a superintendent's responsibilities for Orange County relative to our other 57 counties in California, even in the more costly counties, including Los Angeles County, says trustee Sparks. The Orange County Superintendent of Schools will be on the June 7, 2022 ballot.
So I'd like to second that, but there is a typo. The base pay that I just made was $300,000.
Okay.
It says here in the first paragraph, the fifth sentence, 330, that should be 300. So that's a typo that would be corrected for the record. But I'll second that motion to have a press release on this. So discussion, then vote on the subsidiary.
All right. Do we have any discussion on this subsidiary motion?
Oh, yes. Well, first of all, I just happened to have an article from the LA Times on February 11th of this year that indicated that the LA Unified Schools Chief is going to make a salary of $440,000 per year. It doesn't talk about any of his benefits or other compensation. I'm assuming by salary of $440,000 that it is the base salary. So that is well over the proposed salary. Secondly, including in the resolution some of the constitutional officers, when we talk about the base salary of the governor or the lieutenant governor, and I brought this up last time that I wanted to see the total compensation, and I still don't have that. So we're not even comparing apples to apples here. So this is just kind of silly in my book. that we're trying to do something without having full information. So if we want to pursue this, I think we need to have more of a dialogue about this, and we need to have better information about the base pay and then some of the other compensation. I'm sure that the LA schools chief who moved from Miami, I bet they paid for him to move. So I'm sure that there's probably some other compensation in there. I don't have that for a fact. I would like to know that. I would like to know exactly what his total compensation is beyond the $440,000. So, and if we're going to talk about, I mean, I understand the goal. I mean, I want to understand what the goal is. And again, I asked this the last couple meetings about what the goal was as far as looking at the salary. If the goal is to reduce our expenses, maybe we should look at our benefits. We brought this up 2 years ago, and it kind of died on the vine. Nobody wanted to talk about it. We all take the benefits from the county, and so if you want to take those benefits away, if we're looking at cost savings, we should do that. If we're looking at cost savings, we probably need to look at some of the attorney fees that we're paying and some of the lawsuits that we've got going on. So I need to understand what the goal is. What's the goal for looking at this, at the superintendent's salary?
Well, since I'm the maker of it, I'm really quite surprised you're asking that question, because we've had 3 public sessions, Becky, to discuss this.
And we have tabled it a couple of times.
I'm sorry, Becky, I have the floor. And we tabled it to look at it and to reflect upon the data that was given to us by Mr. Greg Rowland over 3 public meetings. So I think the press release talks about a lot of what we're trying to do. I know that we disagree on this. If you want to vote against this, you're perfectly fine, but
well, thank you.
we're not going to, yeah, it's disrespectful to snicker at a very serious conversation we're having. We're not the largest district. Our superintendent has oversight over not the highest or the largest amount of districts and students. And so we wanted to bring that salary for the 2022-26 years. Again, we don't even know who the superintendent's going to be, but we wanted to bring it in line with the state. And that was the purpose of this, and I think the press release speaks very clearly to that.
Well, and again, this is one of my issues, is I'm getting something on the dais that I haven't seen, and obviously 2 of the board members put this together, which is fine. But the rest of the board is getting this on the dais, so trying to absorb and look at this information is a little bit difficult. You know, that's my pet peeve, is getting stuff on the dais when we're trying to decide something. So that's a little bit difficult to take a look at some of that. The other thing too is that, you know, I ended up doing a little bit of my own work here because I didn't have it as I requested. But you know, Tustin Unified, the regular pay for that superintendent was their base compensation was $359,000. Their total pay was $445,000. Santa Ana Unified, their base pay was $327,000. Their total pay was $435,000. Irvine, regular pay, base pay, $351,000. I'm rounding here. Their total pay, $417,000. Placentia Yorba Linda, base pay, $334,000. Total compensation, $413,000. And I can go on. At what you're talking about here, he would, our superintendent, the county superintendent would not be making as much as some of the local school district superintendents who don't have as much responsibility. So I think, again, this is why I wanted more information, and since I didn't get it, I went out and did my own research. And this is from Transparent California, which obviously runs a year or 2 behind. And also, just as a point of information, the charter schools don't, some of those principals did not put forward their salaries. But you know, I think we ought to look at those charter school salaries as well. So I think we need more information before we are to vote on this.
Actually, Becky, I'm just very surprised you're saying you know more information. We've had more information in 3 meetings.
No,
and
we
I'm
did
glad,
not.
And I'm glad you're able to do a little bit of background on this.
Because I didn't get it from the attorney as I requested.
He
So
did.
I
He
had to do
did give it to us in 3 meetings. All this information and everything on here has been in the last 3 meetings.
No.
Yeah, yes, it has, Becky. You're absolutely wrong. Okay, so I'm going to call for the question. I think do we have a subsidiary motion we have to vote on first? Okay, so that needs a second.
Can you
Okay.
repeat the motion, the subsidiary motion?
The subsidiary motion is just to approve the press release with the primary motion.
So you're saying that we're adding an adoption of this press release in conjunction with your,
To put on the website.
oh, I see.
With the one edit.
And it's with the original motion to make the base pay 300,000?
Correct.
This, okay.
And this would go on the website as a press release. Call the question?
Yep.
Was there a second?
There is not yet? We just-
Second.
Okay, so we have a second on the subsidiary.
Okay.
All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Oppose.
Okay. Passes 4-1.
Now we go to the primary.
Now we go back to the primary.
The primary. And I'll repeat the primary, which is to establish a base pay of $300,000 and to allow an annual car allowance of $12,000 per year.
And that had a first and a second.
And our first and second, right? So
And it allows for membership in CalSTRS and the other.
Absolutely, it doesn't
all
affect
those-
that at all.
All those things,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we don't have any impact upon that. Doesn't affect the longevity bonus, nor the STRS or the health benefits. The total compensation approximately is over $425,000.
It actually adds a car allowance that wasn't in effect before, 12,000 a year.
Doesn't the subsidiary just take over?
No, you have to vote on it to include it.
I thought we just voted to include the subsidiary.
Right, so the subsidiary we voted upon was to make a press release put on
Okay.
our website. And now we go to the primary motion,
Okay.
which is the motion I just made.
Okay, and we have a first and a second, so I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Oppose.
Okay. Passes 4-1. Okay. Moving on.
I'll make a motion for item number 13. And I will have some questions regarding this.
I'll second that.
Hello, hello. How are you, Renee?
Thank you.
Very good. So this is a improvement grant. And could you, this is the first time we've had this?
Yeah, well, you actually received it for public.
Comment last time.
And so we did share that there'd be a revision from the state, which we did receive, so it increased by $25,000. And so this comes out of some of the COVID relief, and so that was part of the governor's proposal of this A through G completion improvement grant. So it'll be the first time we've had this piece, yes.
All right, so this is first time grant. And A through G, that's for the university?
Correct.
Requirements to go to, I believe it's now Cal State and UC, is that
Yes,
correct?
it's all four-year universities, or
Okay.
four-year colleges, I'm sorry.
So,
So
what will you be doing with the grant money?
So what this is doing is providing wraparound services to help the students complete those courses in a very simplistic way. If you'd like more detail, I can call one of my colleagues up, since I am not a programmatic person.
What's defined as wrapped up
Yeah, I'd like to
services?
hear, can I hear a little synopsis? Just brief. 3 minutes.
So
in our alternative education programs, students have choices between being on an A through G track or just a minimum graduation requirement track. And so this grant actually provides more services, more tutoring support, more one-on-one instruction with teachers, after-school programs that they can get involved in that will help them be either prepared to take A through G courses or help them complete A through G courses. So it gives them a better chance at getting into a four-year university by taking A through G courses.
So are A through G courses kind of like honors or AP type?
No.
I mean, like, what's the?
No, so you don't have to have A through G courses to attend a community college.
Oh, I see.
But in order to attend a Cal State system or UC, you have to take A through G courses.
Okay.
So they're approved by the CSU and UC systems.
I see. So what, can you give us some examples?
Of an A through G course?
Yeah.
Most courses
Yeah.
in most high schools are A through G approved because you want to go to that. In alternative ed settings, you just have courses that might not meet A through G requirements. So the university system puts out what high schools need to do in order to be eligible for A through G. And there's a whole process. You have to apply, you have to get approval, you have to go to your own board for approval. If you don't want to offer those courses, teachers develop courses that meet minimum state requirements.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So A through G would be like English, math, social studies?
Everything.
Yeah, all
everything.
of those
Yeah,
particular
because elective
courses.
courses can be A through G approved because you have to have electives to go into four-year institutions, those kind of things.
So is this for tutoring, or is it a curriculum that's going to be promoted or advanced?
It's support. So it's tutors, it's teachers, it's adding more A through G courses to our course of study for our access programs. It's all of those things. So it's development of courses that need to be approved by the UC system. It's all wrapped into that.
So are these A through G courses and curriculums that we'll be adding, are any of them related to ethnic study, critical ethnic study, or constructive
operations of the school and follow all laws and school policies and the school's charter. The areas of concern that I will update you on today include both violations of education code and applicable laws and/or failure to adhere to the school's own policies and their own charter petition. Before I begin, I want to provide the board the most current information that we have regarding the operational structure of the school. Principal Stephen Trong remains in his role. At the March 27th Irvine International Academy Board meeting, board member Edward Watson resigned from the school's board and was appointed interim executive director at a prorated compensation of approximately $32,000 for the remainder of the school year. At that same meeting, there was no action taken regarding Dr. Michael Scott and no report out regarding that closed session. However, the school's board approved a motion to revise the job description for the executive director, Michael Scott, into the role of director of development. The board tabled taking action regarding the director of development role to the March 29th meeting in order to conduct a compensation study. However, this item was not on the March 29th board agenda. We have not been able to get a date as to when that will go before the Irvine International Board. Yesterday, we learned that Michael Scott was placed on paid administrative leave as of the last week of March until he can be moved into the role of director of development. So as it stands today, Irvine International Academy has 2 executive directors on the payroll. We are continuing to ask questions and gather information on this developing situation. We are greatly concerned regarding the decisions and actions that the school board has taken with regards to multiple staff in highly paid roles as it relates to gift of public funds. Trustee Sparks, regarding the parent survey that's been mentioned before, you requested that the school conduct a survey of the entire school population to determine if the parents that all the parents had the same concerns as those who have been coming to the board meetings. We've received and provided the board the results of 2 surveys that were completed. One survey was done by the school's PTO, and the other was done by the charter school governing board. We don't have any further information on either of those. On March 23rd, we sent the school a notice of concern asking for corrective action on the following issues. One was the Brown Act violations. As stated at the March meeting, we've been working with IAA since inception on Brown Act violations. We continue to get monthly complaints regarding potential Brown Act violations, and there continue to be significant issues that we're trying to work through with the school staff, including timely posting of board agendas, clarity of board agenda items, board documents or writings being made available for public inspection at the time as they are distributed to the majority of the IIA board. A recent allegation and complaint to the board president disclosing closed session information has been referred back to the charter school for investigation. Last night, I received an email from IAA Board Chair Doug Hewson stating that the school has scheduled Brown Act training to be performed by Trustee Ken Williams before the school holds another board meeting. Regarding violation of health and safety protocols. To date, there are still some IAA staff that have not completed mandated reporter and suspected child abuse training in violation of Education Code Section 44691. We are also aware of employees that have begun working prior to obtaining TB or DOJ clearance. We have been in communication with the school and will continue to monitor that practice to ensure that there are procedures in place so that does not occur in the future. Regarding the leaking of private and confidential information to the public, on several occasions, the OCD Charter Schools Unit has been made aware of complaints regarding personal and confidential information being leaked to the public, such as information regarding students or staff who tested positive for COVID-19, confidential information from employee personnel files, and posting or sharing of photos of students and staff. OCE staff have determined that the school is not following its policies regarding confidentiality of student and staff records and files as listed on the employee handbook, and we will continue to work with the interim executive director on these issues. Now I will move on to the issues we are currently researching. What I've addressed are the issues that we are in the current notice of concern that we are awaiting a response from the school. Regarding governance and fiscal mismanagement. OCD reviewed all of IAA's board meeting agendas and minutes and found that to date, there is no record that the governing board of IAA has adopted or filed a conflict of interest code in compliance with Government Code Section 87300. There are issues with the Form 700s, they're following their own anti-nepotism policies, competitive bidding, vendor contracts, not receiving board approval, and conflict of interest in contract approval. The charter school has failed to follow its own fiscal and purchasing policies for approval of contracts and vendor bidding procedures. specifically for the Thinkware and Orange County Music and Dance contracts. The two contracts where there may be a potential conflict of interest. Additionally, on March 7th, OCDE staff observed the music and dance classes at the IIA campus and noted that students do not use any of the instruments or the installed ballet bars. IA principal and school staff confirmed that the instruments and ballet bars are not used by IA students during the regular school day, but are instead used by students who pay to attend the after-school program and then pay an additional fee for music and dance classes. The school is not complying with generally accepted accounting principles regarding the manner in which after-school program fees have been collected and are being recorded. The school's back office provider has requested the source documentation for accounting purposes, and as far as we are aware to date, no information has been provided to Athena Advanced Solutions. We are continuing to research the after-school program regarding pupil fees. We have also received complaints regarding violations of equal employment rights, employee discrimination, and retaliatory behavior. We refer these complaints to the school's Human Resources Department, the Office of Civil Rights, or the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. Putting in place documented hiring practices and standardized salary and compensation rates may preempt some of the future complaints regarding staffing. In closing, we anticipate that in the coming days, we will be sending the school a second notice of concern requiring corrective actions for these issues that I've addressed today. I've been in contact with the school's interim executive director to walk through some of the general areas we're looking into. Dr. Watson has been receptive and is committed to ensuring the school operates within the parameters of law. However, for this school, I want to reiterate again that the level of oversight has been enhanced. Our expectation is that the issues we raise are promptly addressed and that the school puts internal policies in place to prevent the same violations from occurring over and over again. This is an area of weakness for this school, and we hope will improve significantly. The issues we are looking into are correctable, and we anticipate that the school will improve and enter its second year stronger. But in order for that to occur, the school leadership has to be willing to make the hard decisions that are before them right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Araceli. Moving on to announcements. Superintendent?
Thank you, Madam President. And I do want to. We on? Okay. I do want to thank Araceli and our charter school unit led by Nina Boyd for its diligence in working with the Irvine International Academy. It's been a difficult task. Anytime you're dealing with people and emotions and data, it can get things complex. And just to navigate that's been difficult. But I'm very optimistic in terms of people coming together and use this as an opportunity to grow and enrich that school environment. So that's our goal. That's our quest. I only have one item that I'm going to share with you tonight, and it happens to be the item that we discussed at our last board meeting when Dr. Martin Eaton approached the board regarding a heads-up checkup. And you recall that he, along with Michael Arnott, developed the instrument, which is an assessment tool used on one's phone to determine the state of mental health of our students. So if there's sadness, if there's depression, suicide ideation, a need for hospitalization, we can detect this with this tool. So we find it to be an important tool that can be in our arsenal of helping our students. We know that the pandemic has been ravaging in many ways, and it's been difficult for all of us, no less on our students, particularly our adolescents. And so this is an opportunity for us to do more for our students and to help them be healthy and know how to manage stress and navigate the difficult challenges of life. So just for the record, and by the way, Dr. Eaton is a good friend of Dr. Williams, as you know, and he's also a good friend of mine. We've known each other for a long, long time. He's a clinical psychologist and has a very rich practice in the county and works a lot with students and their families. Mr. Arnott is the person who has developed this enterprise, which is the Children's Cause OC. And also it's a project of one OC. And together they constitute a team who are the individuals that will be administering this assessment of students. So we have met with them going back to 2019 when this was in its infancy, this particular way of assessing disaffected youth. And so we've had a number of meetings with him, but as of the last board meeting, we've had several meetings with our staff and both Mr. Arnott and Dr. Eaton. And we have to remember one thing, the goal here is to be like a lighthouse, if you will, the county office. And this is part and parcel of a much bigger picture of the interventions that we do at this level and in the engagement we have with our superintendents. And there's no question about the merit of this particular assessment. So we have had a chance to put together some language. It could have easily been called a contract with a vendor, which we do all the time. But we developed it into an MOU. And I have agreed to the MOU. Much of the language of the MOU was driven by Dr. Eaton, and it seemed to be reasonable to us, but we took it through the due diligence and the testing to determine its integrity, its consistency with law, and the things that we have to be responsible for because of the great liability that we bear. Now, symbolically, standing behind this enables them to now, they don't have to go this route, but it supports them in their quest to meet with superintendents. And that's another level of legality that needs to be exercised, because we have no compulsion, we have no authority to tell districts what to do in this matter, as you know. The window or the path of behavior that compels districts is very narrow, that we bear, that the Orange County Department of Education bears. You bear your own responsibility with districts, and you know those responsibilities well. We are largely responsible for the fiscal health of our 28 school districts, as well as approving their local accountability plans, and naturally being a support to them on all matters of curriculum development, reform, matters of determining how to develop best practices and helping them to be good stewards of the job that they bear. So by doing this MOU, and we wanted to, there was a real sense of urgency to do it. And as I mentioned to you, that I have agreed to this, and we've executed signatures on this with Dr. Eaton. But that doesn't mean that it's all over there. They still have to go and meet with superintendents. I'll help and do what I can to facilitate that. They're going to have to meet with superintendents, and those superintendents are going to have to go to their boards, and they're going to have to then maybe agree to some agreement or agree to the concepts of what Dr. Eaton and Mr. Arnott are proposing. And then they'll be able to access those populations. Now, obviously, there's other ways to get to the population. You know, we have groups, we have associations, we have churches, we have synagogues. There's a lot of other ways for them to do it. And I think standing behind them helps them with CalOptima and funding. There is funding that has to be spent by June 30th. So the more that they can use this instrument, the better off it will be, and they'll be able to meet those funding deadlines established by CalOptima. There's going to be more money coming from CalOptima that I know they're interested in getting. So I just wanted you to understand that what we're doing here is, number one, it'll help our access kids. And number two, it will provide symbolic leadership when it comes to providing more opportunities for kids across the county. So I wanted to bring you up today because I know that Dr. Williams and Dr. Eden had talked very recently and wanted to know what was going on, and just wanted you to understand that we met several times since the last board meeting to come to an accord of what we believe we can actually do as a county office. So that is the update with respect to that program.
Well, thank you for your leadership. I know that's very important. I recently visited a Huntington Beach District school, and they watch our meetings, and they were excited about that partnership. So thank you for your leadership, and I think it provides them a great opportunity. So thank you.
Welcome.
Dr. Eden and I actually talked in the last week or so. He was telling me about the last school he was at, and they found 30 kids who were at risk for depression, and 2 were actively suicidal, and they found intervention to save those 2 kids. Mm-hmm. So that nice, simple screening tool for depression really made a difference in that one school that they went to. So thank you so much for taking the leadership on this, Al. We care very much about the mental health of our students here in Orange County, especially me. I mean, that 1/3 of my practice was psychiatry at one time, and it's amazing how much you find by simply asking questions. So thank you for doing this.
You're welcome.
Nina, do you have a report?
Yes. Just as a reminder, the next board meeting is Wednesday, May 4th at 5 p.m. Submission deadline for any new agenda items is April 20th, and your board packets will be delivered on the 29th. At that May meeting, it is our annual Memorial Day essay contest recognition for students in our programs who have submitted essays. We have over 30 essays in our Access program that have come in, and we extended another week because this is spring break, so the end of next week we will know how many have come in from the special ed students in that program. I do need to find out which board members are interested in reviewing and participating on the screening panel for finalizing the awardees. So do you all?
I'll volunteer.
And Ken, did you want
Ken?
to? Okay, so why don't,
Ken and Becky? Okay. So what we will do is I'll set up some time with you all to get the screening information along with all of the essays. That will come to you probably Monday, the 18th of April. And try to get those screened within 2 days so that we can, because you all like to have student here who has won, and so we want to make sure we've given enough notice so for them and their teacher to be available to come and read the winning essay. We have received commitments from several of you, have not received your financial contribution yet, so I need to get that before the May meeting so that we can make sure we have cash awards. We have had our cabinet members and the superintendent are also contributing to that this year. So I just wanted to let you all know that as well. Also, Ken, if you can confirm the attendees for that meeting by April, that week of that April 20th also, we can talk about that just in terms of planning and so forth, making sure we've given them the appropriate information on timing and so forth. And then you all received Teacher of the Year invitations in your March 11th Friday mail. If you are planning or wanting to attend, that event is on Monday, April 25th at 6 p.m. We would need to know by this Friday if you are planning to attend because they're doing table assignments and making sure we have capacity and so forth. Also, next month, we will also provide a charter schools update for all of our charter schools. So if there's any particular area of interest beyond what the normal information that we provide to you, if you can let me know that, I'll work with our team to make sure that we include that in the update information to you all. And in case you didn't go through your red folder completely, just want to point out that the Irvine International surveys, the one done by their PTO and by their board, are included in your red folder, as well as a summary results. We had 2 different community individuals submit tonight, and so we have shared that information with you as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Question for you, Nina, or Daru. The Memorial Day resolution, you'll make sure that's on the May 4th agenda?
It's
Okay, and
part
then
of the agenda packet.
and then-
We can send it to you in advance just to make sure that there are any updates or changes.
Okay, and then I'll contact Mr. Scott Williams to have the
Right.
veterans group come out here that day. Are we gonna have the color guard from, our Los Alamitos program?
We will check to find out their availability, and then I'll be able to let you know that. We'll know confirmation-wise about April 20th on terms of attendance and so
Okay,
forth.
and question regarding masking, I assume no mask?
Currently, there's not a mask mandate, and so unless public health issues something that we're unaware of, but if we contend on the trend that we are, then I would anticipate that there wouldn't be. Now, whether or not the National Guard has some additional requirements and they bring the students, that would be up to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
Becky, do you have legislative updates for us?
Yes, I do. The California County Boards of Education had a retreat in March, on March 18th through the 20th. We talked a lot about the 3-year strategic plan, looking at, a handbook for all board members, as well as an orientation for newly elected board members. Talked about communication protocols with all of membership and the board. Talked about just, again, some local communication. They've kind of assigned some of the executive board to reach out to different communities. We talked about the budget, about upcoming dues, special projects, that kind of thing. At the tail end of the meeting, we talked about a software program that will help us track our strategic plan. And I just got the first iteration of it yesterday, and I really haven't had a chance to look at it yet. But hopefully I can take a look at it and give you a little bit more information next month. We do have a new program director. She started a couple months ago. This was her first event. We had a few little blips that dinner disappeared on the first night, so we had to make do. So she did a good job of putting the pieces back together. And so we talked a little bit about her role and some of the expectations. So that was kind of the gist of the 3-day meeting. And there will be a Orange County School Board Association meeting next week, I believe, on the 13th. So I'll have some other information at the next meeting from that too. And that's all.
Okay. Any other board member comments?
I have a quick announcement, if I may. So I had met with my friends, the Hilberts, and they developed the Hilbert Museum of California Art at Chapman University in Orange, and it's a place where K-12 students and teachers can bring their students, and they have a program with their museum. So it's a public museum that welcomes more than 30,000 visitors a year to view its collection, which focuses on 20th and 21st century art by California artists. It's been top rated in Orange County on Yelp, TripAdvisor, and so forth. It was recently named the most popular museum in Orange County in the LA Times, Best of the Southland Awards, and so on and so forth. The information for teachers is the museum is open to the public Tuesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we're going to be expanding to triple its size beginning this summer of 2022. We'll have a grand opening in 2023. So it'll go from the current 7,500 square feet to more than 22,000 square feet. So we'll be able to accommodate even more students. So they're really interested in bringing as many, exposing art to as many K-12 students that are interested as possible. And you can either call the museum or email the museum. It's on the Chapman website, or just search up the Hilbert Museum. They recommend that tour sizes be 30 or fewer students, which most classrooms, at least in elementary, are around that size. So it's really good for that size. And then there are more details about the space and the temporary space while we do the new construction. But it's a beautiful museum if you haven't, even for you all who haven't had a chance to stop by. It's just a beautiful space, and to really get a sense of California art. It's a very peaceful place too. So really cool exposure for particularly elementary school students. So I hope teachers will take advantage of that, especially as we expand. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to tell you all, I will be on the East Coast for work the first week of May, so I intend on participating, but I'm going to have to do it remotely.
We will miss you in person, but look forward to seeing you on the big screen.
Just remember, Tim, there are
We got to post it.
requirements.
I'm aware,
Oh,
yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
We're working on trying to confirm that we're able to do that.
Excellent, okay. And I'll just report out that I visited Isaac Academy, one of our newer charters, a couple weeks ago, and they are thriving. They had a presentation that the children put together regarding ocean pollution. I know adults that couldn't have put these together. They put together websites, they had QR codes. It was amazing. They had a cleanup day they were advertising, so it's so great to see thriving young children with happy faces, and parents were there, and it was a great opportunity to engage there. This past weekend at the invitation of OSHA, I went to Bubble Fest. If you haven't been there, it's pretty amazing. I had never been there, and I understand it's only $10 to go, so it's a real treat if you have any young children or grandchildren, and I appreciate OSHA inviting me and going to see that. And there was actually a nice write-up in the Orange County Register last week, so that's all I have to report.
I've just got a couple other comments that I wanted to make. I also attended the charter school conference. Some of the sessions that I attended had to do with, board communication, charter petitions, building better boards. And there was a session by one of our charter schools that talked about dealing with foster youth and some of the resources that they had provided. And I don't know if anybody else had sessions that they really liked at the conference. Anybody?
I didn't attend, I just attended.
I took yours
Yep,
spot.
yep.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I attended, yeah.
What did you go to? Do you
I
remember?
went to the pre-conference the day before.
Okay.
And then just, yeah.
Did you find that helpful?
Talk with different people.
Was it
Oh,
good?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? No one else was able to go?
I also went to that pre-conference one. They had a lot of information on, just people's attitudes about charter schools and their misunderstandings, what that is. And
I
thought it
actually
was very
attended that as well, and it was a great day with CCSA, or a great morning. Yeah, I just wish we'd had more time actually to network and the likes.
Yeah, and I just want to make one more comment. And I was on the newspaper kick the last few days, but there was a really beautiful article about our local high schools coming together to support Edison High after 2 of their students were killed in a car crash. And the other schools in the Huntington Beach area kind of came together and wore Edison High's colors. It went all through the Huntington Beach School District, as well as Newport Mesa and some of the elementary schools. And I think that Principal Paul Lopez from Fountain Valley should be commended for kind of starting this. And it's just a really nice thing for students to acknowledge their rivals in a kind of a time of need when that school is really reeling for the loss of those students. So just a little shout out to all of them.
My kids knew those students, and a lot of their friends really came together to support.
Yeah.
So it's, I think, very much a wake-up call for a lot of the students.
Yeah, but I think it's just really nice that the other students from the other schools acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So, little shout out to them. So that's all I have.
Okay. Well, I think all we have left now is our study session for the budget. So I think we'll take a 10-minute break.
Yes,
and
please.
then we'll be back.
Renee was so ready.
Yeah.
Session.
I like the PowerPoint slide, that's cool.
So just to remind you, as a budget study session, this is to give you information about the upcoming budget, also kind of walk through our document. I know it's very large and we keep making it larger every time you ask for stuff. This gives you the opportunity to tell us what other things you'd like to be included. And so we're going to walk through that since there's no action on this item. I want to talk about the adoption timeline. So we have the study session this month. In May, all through May, we're obviously working on the budget. So we've already sent it out to all of our programs. They have it right now. We'll be meeting with managers all through May. The May revise comes out usually by May 10th. It has to be done by May 15th. And then by June 1st, the budget proposal and LCAP come to the board. And so if you look at that time frame, it's very short, considering before the June 1st meeting, we have to have it ready 10 days prior for public inspection. So really, all of our work is going to be done between now and the middle of May. So we'd make major changes if there was from the governor's revenue forecast, things like that. And on June 15th is when the board would take action in conjunction with the LCAP. And then July is when, by July 1st, the governor and legislature are supposed to adopt it. And so the way the code reads is if there's any material revisions, you do another revision of 45 days. We normally haven't had huge revisions, so they just go into the first interim, which you see in December. So that's kind of our timeline we're working on right now. So in your budget book, and we gave you one at your thing, just so you had something to read along with. And so kind of want to walk you through the things we've added. And some of this is also based on the FIGMAT study, where they wanted more information in there. So the planning factors are what come from various sources. It's going to talk about our cost of living by the state, mandated block grants, lottery dollars, any other type of items are added in there for you to see. Number 2 is our assumptions. And so this is your narrative that tells you what changed from this budget to the budget you approved prior. And so this is the dollar amount for each section, and then also describing the changes for that. Part 3, and these are is the major object code variance. And so this again is just kind of a backup to the narrative that shows you what changed, right, dollar-wise. And then part 4 is the Form 1. So these are the state required documents that go with that. And so it looks at all our different sources of funding and then the expenditures that go with that. The one area that you've seen before, but I think this is going to become more important as we move through the next couple years. When we're forecasting, we have to forecast for the current year and 2 years out. You know, time's been pretty good the last few years. I am concerned that that is going to change, and so you will want to be looking at those 2 out years. When we did the budget at second interim, we were projecting an $8 million deficit, that we'd have to cut $8 million going into that year. And I will tell you in a few minutes how we had planned to do that. These projections are already incorrect, though, because the governor's budget came out different than we anticipated. Okay. And then in the criterion standards, so I know, Dr. Sparks, you love numbers, and so this is your trend analysis. So when you look at these pages, it should give you the trend analysis on all the different types of revenue and expenditures. And so where you see issues, that's where they're all going to show up in that trend analysis.
And thank you for your extra thing you sent. You sent along.
All the detail?
I'm in the middle of it.
Okay, right. And then on part 7 is our average daily attendance. That's a required form, and it shows the estimated funded, and you can see how ours are broken down. Number 8 is the listing of all the funds we have. And so you can see, you normally are looking at the general fund. That is where the majority of our dollars are. The special ed pass-through, Fund 10, is just passing dollars through for the SELPA. We've regularly given you Form 12, which is the Child Development Fund. That's the only other fund that we have salaries in. All the rest of these funds have no salaries tied to them. Then we have the Deferred Maintenance Fund, Special Reserve Fund. Fund 40 or 30 is the State School Building Fund. which we have no money in anymore, that's defunct. And then Fund 35 that's where our money is for the new school. Fund 40 is capital outlay. And then you can see our, for Esplanade, we have Fund 40 and Fund 56 go together. Okay, and so the rest of the pages just match those forms to show you what those look like. Part 9, if you look on that, is our special education. I think I listed each of them on detail here so you could see. If you go to Part 17, so that is on page B140. This is the listing of all of our contracts, grants, and entitlements. And so it's going to show you what the name of the entitlement is, how much money, the source of funds, kind of purpose of the funds, and who receives the funding. And so we give this to you for each budget cycle that hopefully answers some of your questions on what we're doing with those funds and what that looks like. The next section is for holding accounts. So in the past, we've talked about when we start budgeting, especially at the beginning of the year, we know we're going to have X amount of dollars, but we're not exactly sure how we're going to spend it. We would put some in the holding accounts. And so we've given you a listing of all of the programs that have money sitting there. Number 19 was new for this year, and this is all of our different COVID relief funds, and there is a lot. And so it's showing you kind of what the purpose is. And most of these have come to you during different parts of the year in different plans that we've submitted.
Why is it that we see in Part 17, you see some pretty good chunks for COVID mitigation, COVID-related things, but then in 19 you see additional COVID relief funding? Are those overlapping?
We just gave it to you a different report.
Okay, so
It's
but they're the
just-
same?
Yeah, they're the same.
I see, okay.
Yeah. There was a question that you guys had asked, why we included, you'd asked, what are all the COVID funds you're getting? How do we know what they are?
Yeah.
So we separated them out for you.
Okay, but they're the same when we see those
They
numbers.
are. And
Okay.
so many of the things in the booklet are really based on questions that you've asked and
Yeah.
things that you've wanted included. And so the very front of the book, if you go to that, there's also some other state required reports. Sorry, I missed that. On section 20. These are just other reports that are required. And so it has our cash flow worksheet if you want to know if we have enough cash. Obviously, that is not an issue for us. It talks about our maintenance of effort that we're required to have for federal funds. And then our indirect cost rate, how that calculates. And so this is the maximum that we're allowed to charge programs for an administrative cost. And so those are all in that Part 20. And so these are all now included in your packet. And if you have any questions on those, we can go through those in more detail. In the front of your book, the budget summary, we've tried to include, based on your feedback in the past, all the different items that are probably listed in other places, but try to put it in one place for you. So it does detail your federal revenue. And so I think Dr. Sparks, you'd asked about that kind of trend analysis. And so if you see for each of the revenues, it lists each of the different funding that we receive under federal. It gives you what the prior years are and then what the current year is.
Are you in Part 20 now? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm on page B9.
Okay.
So it's just trying to walk you through where everything is. And so this is in the very front of your book. So this is the charts and graphs and pretty things. So these are the same things that are listed in those other listings, but we're breaking them down for you and listing them here. You can see what they were in the past and what they are currently. So it shows that for each different type of federal, state, or local revenue. And then expenditures, we've kind of showed you that, ongoing of impact of what increases in salaries and benefits over the last few years, how many employees we have. These pages are on page B15 and 16. That's all taken from those criterion standards and what that looks like. The biggest piece is where you give the projection summaries. That's where I'm going to give you a narrative of what are we doing in this year. Okay. So, retirement contribution rates are a big issue for PERS and STRS. We've looked at the books and supplies. Your service and operating is where we have a lot of different expenditures, and so we break those out for you. This is also where we have the legal fees broken out. And then goes into capital outlay, and then our fund balances, and then kind of a summary of our budget outlook. And so what you don't see is behind all of these numbers is a very complicated state account code structure. And so it's hard to realize that behind all these numbers, there's actually a 36-digit tracking code for every single expenditure we have. And so that is a 2-digit fund. We have 4 digits for resource, and that tells us where did that money come from? Is it state money? Is it specific for a specific state program, federal money, local money? The project year is used for federal grants because they actually close September 30th. So they cross 2 years. The goal is important for us because that says, is it instructional? Is it supervision of instruction?
You mean 2 months?
I'm sorry?
You said September 30 crosses 2 years?
It costs 2 years because our year ends June 30th.
But you mean 2 months?
Yes, the 2 months end.
Oh, yeah,
It
'cause you said 2
straddles 2
years.
years,
Oh.
right? And so part of the expenses
Oh, I
can be
see.
in, say, this year would be in 21-22, and part will be in 22-23.
I see. Okay, gotcha.
Okay. But the goal is what drives our indirect cost rate. It drives a lot of other expenditures, and so that goal is very important to us. And so sometimes when you're reading those expenditure reports, you may see, like, say the board is split in 2 sections, and that's because they have different goals.
What is your indirect cost rate?
For this year, it's like 9.34. I'm looking at Christine because her people probably know better.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
That's not
It's like
bad.
9.6, much better than universities.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, the
I'm like,
universities are like 40%. So
Yeah.
higher than some other school districts, but because we have a larger administrative staff, we try to manage it to keep it within a time within that 9% range. In addition to the goal, you have function, which is 4 digits, and that identifies like what exactly are you doing, right? Are you supervising? Are you doing direct instruction? And the object code is what you guys are used to seeing. That's the 4 digits that says this is what classified expenditures, certificated expenditures, and that's what most of the budget is built on, is by object code. In addition, we have a school code, which is 3 digits. That is by CDS code. We don't use that as much. And then we've added additional codes for manager codes, cost centers, and sites. And that's how we sort our reports, and that's all the different things that we use to manage this large accounting system. So when you're looking at things, there's a purpose kind of behind why it's so complicated. It's not as easy as it sounds sometimes. And so I'm not going to go through all these since I have 5 minutes left. But these are from the school services workshop, and it talks about where they think the state is. And so obviously the governor's projections in January were very rosy. He had $286 billion spending plan aimed to tackle COVID-19. The area that I want to show you on the next slide, it talks about state revenues provided a state general fund surplus of $45.7 billion. Is the surplus for this next year. Significant increases projected for personal income tax and sales and use tax, 2 of the big 3 taxes. While there are many positive economic indicators, there's still a level of economic uncertainty due to COVID-19.
That's the overall state budget, though, not just
Overall state budget,
Yeah.
not us, yes.
Yeah.
Renee, is that $45 billion number, that's the governor's budget?
This is the governor's budget
What
in
is
January.
What is the LAO saying?
Higher.
It's even higher, right?
It's even higher.
Okay.
Is any of that going to pay for the unfunded liabilities that the state has? Do we know?
At this point, no, which is part of the budget discussion.
Wow.
Yes.
Aren't we hitting a GAN limit problem too at the state level?
So thank you for that question. So that is a very interesting question. So the GAN limit, right, tells you how much has to be spent.
Was that on the slide?
It's not,
Oh.
and I didn't have it because most people don't want to hear about the GAN limit, but I'm a nerd and I like that, and obviously you must too.
I'm a
'cause you
nerd
knew
too,
it.
Renee.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So the interesting about the GAN limit is, so once that's a thing assigned years ago that said if you go above appropriations, you either need to rebate taxes or you have to put money to education or infrastructure. So you hear him talk about the gas rebate, like he's going to give the $400 debit. That reduces tax, which reduces the GAN limit. So what he's trying to do is to get around that by flowing dollars in different ways. So it's kind of a shell game. So that's when you're hearing that $400 gas rebate he was talking about. That would reduce it so that he would be below the GAN limit.
So that's not technically a refund of taxation, or
Well,
is it?
They do a lot of things that I would say are not actually what they're meant to be, but that is.
But it's not, that wouldn't technically be a refunding because he's just giving us a debit card that's preloaded with $400.
It is one of
You
those
have to have
things.
a car, do you?
Huh?
Are they verifying that you even have a car and are
I think
back
you.
end
I, well, I think you have to have vehicle registration.
Or how about an electric car?
We're getting it
I think you actually still get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that proposal will go through, but that's the type of things they're trying to do to get below that GAN limit. Obviously, that hurts us because we would benefit from getting that money back. And so, and a lot of the extra funds that you see are not, he's putting those into Prop 98, which is our amount that we're supposed to have. So, in looking at that, he has a lot of new money going to early literacy and college and career programs. This is a slide that talks about like what we're worried about, right? So layoffs. So they passed new legislation this last year. So I think Dr. Williams and I think Becky, you were on the board and we've gone through the March 15th notices. And so we actually thought we would be there this year, but because we had a very successful supplemental employee early retirement program basically for our teachers and our classified staff, we had 53 people who took that. And so because of that, we don't need to lay off. But their new guidelines now require us to do a March 15th notice for classified employees also, where we only had to give a 60-day notice. And so that means if we don't notice them by March 15th, we have to pay them for all of next year. And so it's putting a lot of...
Are those like staff or what are?
It'd be all of basically any...
Uncertificated?
Everybody who's not a manager, basically.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So that's going to be difficult for us to manage, so we're working on that. Retirement contribution rates are still going up. We are hoping for some reprieve for putting money toward unfunded liabilities. School facility programs, a lot of aging schools out there. Still the impacts on COVID-19, and then just a local accountability plan. The big three taxes, if you look at in 2022-23, 95% of the state's general fund revenues come from the three big taxes, personal income tax being the one. Nearly 50% of the state income tax is paid by just 1% of Californians. The state's highest income earners making personal income tax very volatile. So Elon Musk moving out of California, does that hurt?
Yeah, that's a problem.
I have to think there's some type of impact at some point. So, but that just makes some of us in the business area very concerned if so much of our money is being driven by this format. This is the state's budget, so you can look for 21-22. They had $19.3 million going to the stabilization account. For next year, that will grow to 20.8. If you look, there's now money for the public school system stabilization fund is going from 6.6 billion to 9.7 billion. So in this budget surplus of the $45.7 billion, that's kind of hard to say, wow. 20.6 is discretionary. 16.1 billion is required to go to public education. So that's K through 14, not just K through 12. And now TK also. And then 9 billion is going to reserves and debt reduction. And so this is the one that concerns me. If you look at, the governor is spending of new Proposition 98 revenues relies heavily on one-time investments. So look at for K-12, 60% are ongoing and 40% drop off, but the majority of the money is going. So that's our concern always if you have ongoing expenditures built on one-time investments. So in his budget, he funds a 5.33% COLA, which I will tell you, right now they're saying that will be 6.1. And so that is a statutory calculation of the goods sold in California, goods and services in California. And so it hasn't been certified yet, but they expect that to be 6.1. Yeah. To fund LCFF is $70.5 billion. That's about a $587 increase per pupil. And then the average ADA proposal to smooth out the ADA for districts. So the multi-year projections, I kind of showed you what that page looks like. We actually do that to very granular detail by each site, so we know what that looks like. It is not really forecast, it's just a projection when you go out those 2 years. This is what the dartboard, so Dr. Williams, going back to your comment about the unfunded liabilities there for pensions. And so CalSTRS for this year is at 19.10, CalPERS is at 26. Both of them are anticipated to go up by 2% next year. And so the hope was that he would use some of these one-time funds to fund those pension things that would bring that cost down. And so that is an area we've all been advocating for. It's in a lot of the talks, but we're just not sure what kind of traction that's getting from him. So
Who are the forces that are opposing this reduction in long-term debt? Would that be unions?
no, they actually support it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, who's supporting taking on and maintaining this debt?
Well, it's people that want to see money spent on things other than things they can't touch. Does that make sense?
Like what?
Social services programs, right? All the other programs that want to receive those funds and don't want it to go something that they can't see or touch. So unions aren't opposed to it. A lot of them are actually backing it because they would like to see that be secure.
Well, they want their.
And, and they've seen their
teachers
employee
covered.
rates go up too. That's the thing that people don't see most of the time. But like the teachers have gone up by 2% in the last couple of years also, what they have to pay out of pocket. So they're feeling the increases also. So they would like to see some stabilization there. The ADA cliff, you've heard about that quite a bit. So the districts get funded for this year, the current year, they have the hold harmless for COVID. Unfortunately, county offices don't get that, nor do our charter schools. And so we actually lost our funding in this current year, and some of the charters did also, and so that's been difficult to adjust to. There's proposals that will actually make that a 3-year average, but again, charter schools and county offices are not included in that conversation. So I think charters are gaining some momentum, and hopefully that they will do something for that in this next year.
Is the K-12 cliff going to hit high school or?
It's going to hit all of them. So what it is basically is we've all had higher average daily attendance.
Yeah.
So remember 1920, they held that harmless till 2021.
Yeah.
For 21-22, you got whatever's higher, which the higher one, right? And so they drop off next year. We dropped off this year. So it affected us financially this year. For school districts, it would have thrown some of them into close to insolvency. I think that's something that Dean West and Dr. Mahar's been working our districts on is how do they do that? The 3-year average gives them a slower amount of time to be able to make cuts. Declining enrollment is a big person.
So it's all through K-12?
It's all through K-12.
Because we're expecting at the university, we call it the cliff of 2025.
Oh,
because that's when
interesting.
we're going to hit it.
And so you're saying that because that's when you see the kids dropping
Yes.
off then? Oh, that's it, because, interesting. Yeah, because this will show you just the actual enrollment in K-12 goes down. Look at 27, 28, so that's where you're seeing that huge drop off. The other thing that districts have really been impacted by this year is students not attending the way they normally did, right? So I may have been exposed to COVID. I have to go on, I should go on independent study. Parents says I don't want to do that. So they're just basically absent for that time period. We don't get paid when students are absent. And so that's been a huge problem for some of our school districts. So elementary used to be 97 and 98%. They're showing in the low 90s or even lower in some areas. And so that's had an impact on their financial standing. A lot of new funds are going to childcare and preschool programs. That's a big initiative for the governor. You have seen those increases in our budgets over the last 2 years because we do receive a lot of those funds either for pass-through to alternative payment agencies or the training we're doing. And so he's allocating more money again for early education expansion programs. Career Pathways, we're excited to see this. We had a very robust Career Pathways program. There wasn't funding for last year, and so this is putting more funding back in the budget. So that is helpful, especially for our students. So you'll see those as he starts developing what those plans are. Student nutrition and universal meals, it's a great thing. Every student who wants two meals gets them free, regardless whether they could pay or not. That's a great thing. except for it's hurting us because parents no longer fill out those eligibility forms. And so our funding is based on that eligibility qualifies you for either the concentration grants or supplemental grants. If they don't fill the forms out, you're losing money over here. And so this is an issue we're all looking at right now. What's not in the budget? Additional pension relief. State's contribution to subsidized employer rate has run out. Both pension plans are projecting a 2% increase. The current projected COLA for 5.33 reflects the estimated statutory COLA. And then implementation of universal meals will likely have an immediate or direct impact on the UPP. I can tell you, like, if our number drops by just 3%, that's equals $3 million. So it's significant.
Well, what do you mean by 2% in the pension plan? 2% as far as
That's the increase of our employer cost.
the employer cost, got it.
So impact of programs not funded by CDE. So it's great that, you know, he may give a high COLA for the state programs, but we receive a lot of federal and local programs. They don't get that same COLA. We don't get to tell employees, well, you're funded by this program, so you get an increase and your neighbor doesn't. So that means that you're trying to figure out how you fund all those other things. In our budget, it's going to show a deficit because we received a lot of funds in this current year that we won't receive next year. And so we talked about in the past, so MTSS received $41 million in the current year. Obviously, that's being spent over the future years. COVID-19 is about $20 million. Educator effectiveness, $2.5 million. And then just our decline into the student population. The SERP was successful, and so that will reduce our classroom staff to meet that decline. I know for special ed, we have to refill those positions, but even for alternative education, they're evaluating right now. We may have to replace some of those positions also. Changes in legislation this year may have impacted on how nimble we can be in the future, and that's that March 15th notice. And then we have to really closely track. So in a lot of the plans that you've seen and approved this year, we've added a lot of additional staff. We've added those with the provision that they're gone in 2 years. And they hired them knowing that. They've been told that. And our job is to make sure that that really happens because we won't be able to afford them after those federal funds are gone. And then be really careful about using one-time revenue streams to pay for ongoing expenditures. That's all I have. Questions? Things you'd like to see?
Well, thank you for all your hard work. That's amazing. The ADA, is that a state? Is that a federal thing?
It's a state.
It's a state thing.
So California passed it in the 70s, I believe, 1970. Is that about right? We used to be based on enrollment. Then they changed it because they said that schools were.
'Cause I had never really heard about it until I moved here.
Yeah. So there's other proposals to switch to enrollment also, but Department of Finance is not backing that one. So I'm not sure where that goes. But there's like 3 different proposals right now.
Because it's kind of stressful, that ADA thing.
It is very stressful, but their thought behind it is you would have kids in school more if you stayed on the average daily attendance. So.
The community college where I teach, man, the enrollment is really lagging.
I am hearing that for community colleges.
I don't know that in detail anymore, but yes, I mean, it's taken a dive.
And I will say, in stronger economic times, community colleges do tend to decline.
Yep.
And then when the economy gets worse, they tend to grow a little bit too.
Yeah, because if people go back to school,
They
to
go
get
back
more
to
skills
school,
so
or
they can get a
maybe
job.
they couldn't afford, a private university or something like that, so they kind of switch back to doing that. So we are hearing that. And they changed the funding for community colleges last year also. They're funded very similar to us based on a need. The underserved students, they get more money for them, and that's hurting some of the community colleges.
As far as like Orange County wide, not just us, but Orange County wide, we're probably still declining overall. Would that be correct?
Oh, yeah.
Orange County.
We are,
What is
yes.
it, only Irvine, I think, is the only one?
In Brea.
Brea, right?
Yeah.
Brea is barely.
It's 30 kids, but hey, it's not a decline, so we'll take it, right?
That's a class.
But as a county, we are up in the top 10 maybe of counties declining. So Not as bad as LA. San Diego's declining also. I think if you look at the coastal areas are the ones declining more, the center of the state seems to be growing more.
You know, birth rates have a big part
Yeah.
of that too.
Well, and I think too, in both LA and San Diego, you've seen more restrictive mandates than here in Orange County. I think that's affected some of it.
Maybe, I think housing is a huge portion of
Yeah,
that.
but even in Orange County, I mean, 33 families that I knew, I only know 9 of them who are still here. Everyone
Yeah.
else moved to Texas, Tennessee,
Mhm.
places where they don't have any personal income tax.
Yes.
That's pretty significant.
Mhm.
Only 9 families left.
Well,
24
when you
families
look
left
at that,
of the 33 that I knew.
when you look at all of our funding is based on personal income tax, so you now have how 20
Yeah.
something people
Huge.
who no longer are paying taxes. Yeah.
It's huge. Yeah. Well, thank you for all your hard work. This is really helpful.
Good. And I love the illustrations and artwork. That's
Thank you.
You got all creative.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Second.